Good morning, people. How's it going? Welcome back to another episode of AB Investments. And Carlos, that's me with the fedora. And girl, I don't know. I made that video. I'm surprised you guys weren't able to hear the video. I think that's good from the testing part right here. So good. I'll test that when I play some music now in the background as we are airing. And we'll see if you guys could hear it or not, and we'll go from there. Now, how about those spy calls yesterday? You were here, and who got in some spy calls in here with me as after yesterday's puts from the day before yesterday? We've been spot on here. No, nothing wrong in this channel, huh? Who's making some money? Um, Let's see. Uh, Doc Breezy, how are you, brother? Nice to see you in here. That's a very fine gentleman and a great scholar right there. Uh, Man, need my coffee. I went to sleep 6 a.m., guys, and I was back up at 9 a.m. Fun life, right? We just finished the fifth wave on the SPY we're looking at right here. Everybody hear me fine? That's good. That's the case. Who else is in here? Luna. They're still looking for you on the crypto exchange. Jeffrey. You see money, Jeffrey. You got on some calls with the SPY, huh? Hell yeah. Heck yeah. No, that was me with that fedora, brother. Carlos. uh, let's see. What do we have here going? It looks like the SPY finished that fifth wave right there. You guys can see in here. Look at that nice gap up in the pre-market. That's exactly why the algos that I saw yesterday toward the close, if you were here, you'd have seen that. I announced that I was getting in some calls, got some calls, and I got some right here at the 417. I went ahead and sold some morning. I got 10 left. I don't care anymore now where it goes. You guys were wondering, like, damn, maybe you expect the SPY to go to 417? Not necessarily. I see 415 easy. But once you, it's all about where you get in, when you get out. That makes a difference because that's what the options are all about, like extrinsic and intrinsic value. And obviously all the Greeks. Of course, very dangerous to get in when it's way out of the money. As you remember, yesterday we closed at 410 and some change, so it's very dangerous. However, if you know what you're doing, you'll be good. Let's see. Let's take a look at our trading view. Javi the Great. How are you, brother? I'm now seeing the chat right here. Kid Skid, how are you, brother? Nice to see you this morning in here. Psycho's Fitness. I'm holding 2K Ape at 83 cents. Thoughts? Well, obviously, while there's no financial advice, you're in very great shape, brother. Is this? Why is it not sharing this screen? Tino Link V. Ansray says AMC will trade in the range today. No volume, boring day. I mean, it's pretty evident right there. So he's right about that. I'll look at AMC right now real quick, the chart. That was the SPY right there. Where's AMC? We finished with that double bottom here yesterday. Now we're starting a new trend over here. This. How's everybody doing this morning? But yeah, APE. The question about APE, you're good, bro. For those prices, I don't see APE going down to that level ever again, unless the vote goes becomes no. Then you'll see a lot of selling pressure. But hopefully, if it becomes a no, then Adam Aaron could take care or advantage of that, uh, being at a higher price. Because I do think that it's going to go higher in price. Again, my personal opinion. Uh, in the near future, leading up to the vote. Maybe what's your opinion on GNS? Got a decent making money every day. Well, you don't need my opinion, bro. You're doing it right there. You're good. Volume on AMC is pretty low. So just like yesterday, but again, we're coming off to a better start because yesterday we were actually getting hammered on. As long as we stay in the green, we're good. These are the tickers that I'm actually looking at this morning. We got the SPY up here, we got AMC up there, we got Nvidia down here, and Netflix right underneath. You guys have any tickers, we'll always be more than happy to look at any of them, chart wise. But I'm super heavy into options, guys. It's just a fun game, dangerous one, but fun game. Have fun money making. SPY. SPY is about to cross right here, which means we're gonna about to go up on the fifth wave. Looks like it's finishing up though. I see 415 today, at least. Mr. Loco, a firm made you happy today, yeah? Well, you were talking about it yesterday. Good job on your end. I'm pointing that one out. HYMC, I haven't seen much. I haven't done anything on HYMC in a while. Actually, good. Let's look at that. Holy smokes. It's brought down to this point. See, okay, so HYMC, as I'm looking at it on my side right here, you got it at right now at 50 cents and 50 cents and 56th of the cent. So roughly almost 51 cents. It's not looking good as far as for today, but what's looking good on it is very near its 52-week low. About 20 cents away from that, 22 cents, something like that away from that. So it's there isn't much movement on it, and that's understandable. But in the same time, that's not a good thing for as far as a day. Like, if anybody hears, if I was looking at it as a day trade or any of that, it's not, there's nothing to see there. Even at 50 cents, doing volume of 380K, that's horrendous. It's already very cheap. Like a ticker like that should already be somewhere in the, like, if there's any volatility or anything, it should be somewhere around, somewhere in the millions for sure, in the high millions, like probably at least by now 10 million, at least at that price evaluation, because it's just so cheap. So if there's a lot of buying, or if there's some sort of buying, entities will buy, like big bricks and grips of it. Excuse me, drinking my coffee, getting myself situated. But yeah, HYMC is a long-term investment, in my humble opinion. That's something that you see way down the line, to reap the fruits of it. Because as a company, they're still excavating all the resources in that region. As far as last time I remember, that they haven't even, scavved out any like, about even still like over 90% of the site. And that's why AMC came on board. And what was his name? The guy that they partnered with, who was on that, who co-partnered that deal with them and became a partner. Ugh, I forgot his name, but that's a billionaire who only does that, like, that world where it's like gold and precious metals. So good point for AMC, like, on that company, but not for now. And which also becomes kind of a bad move in a way, since it's not what they absolutely need right now. When you're in a position of need, you can't, like, come in and get something that you want. You need to go get something that you need, not tackle the things that you want. Um, let's see. Are they getting into crypto mining? Who, as far as AMC? I'm gonna play some music for you guys too. Let's see if you guys could hear it. Let's play something a little upbeat for the morning. Can you guys hear this? Oh, as far as like HYMC, the company itself, getting into crypto mining? I mean, anything is possible. You could get into that. Let me know, guys, if the music is louder than my voice or if it's too loud or too low in the background. But yeah, the one thing they gotta worry about with as far as getting into the crypto mining for as far as HYMC, they got a lot of great site, like, you know, they could do whatever, they can install whatever they want down there. But they have to worry about this trend, especially with the Democrats now talking about the you know, the gas fees and the you know, all the mining fees and stuff. So energy costs and all that stuff. So that's just a little damper for now, but this is the perfect time, in my opinion, to get into anything that is being tainted as bad for now, and then that most likely will be great later. Because by the time it becomes great to get in, it'll be too late. This is us approaching AMC today this morning on this music. I'm starting to like what I see on Tesla. But trying to see if it will have the last push to the 128 resistance. What do you think? Oh man, yeah, Tesla is I'm gonna wait until it's for me, yes, for sure. And you, so that's something that you know, Loco, from the Discord when we chat about that. That's definitely what's gonna be my next move, is the buying the puts on it, because this is non-fundamental what's happening. What's also unfundamental is the pedigree of how low they brought it down. That was way too much. So it might, in my humble opinion, they're gonna bring, like, it's due for a pullback, definitely from where it's at. But will it be to those places that they took it to right before we went up, like to 101 for that? I doubt that it'll be that harsh. But guys, how are you, sir? Okay, this music is too dramatic. All right, let's do this. Let me know if the music is too loud, guys, or too low. But let me look at Tesla real quick. Man, my remaining 10 calls on the SPY are printing. Right now they're at a 103%. Paro Loco, man, you are spot on. I like 100% with the 160 to 135. And from that point, then I can see another retracement. Maybe in I would say in Q2 or after Q1. When Q1 is reported, everybody's gonna see that we're not actually in a bull market. But we're reacting to what we see now, right? As day traders. Let me see. What's up with Tesla? Wow, that's way too much. They overreacted to bring it down, and they overreacted bringing it up now, in my opinion. All right, let's look at it on the yearly. Let me look at it on, so you guys can see it too. A nice action on the SPY. After we finish these, the fifth wave here on the SPY, it's gonna be followed with an A, B, C, which we'll see. That will dictate how crazy of volatility like it will be today for the SPY, and that will affect the rest of the S&P 500, most of the other stocks. Here, let's remove Nvidia and put Tesla in here. Yeah, they just finished that fifth wave. Now we have we're starting at ABC, 3 waves, obviously after the 5, and then starting a new 5 after. But we're gonna do some retracement, as I see here on the Tesla. And then, as I see the MACD is flat out now. The biggest move was right at the open, or actually right before the open morning. Let me look on the yearly. See, this was a major level right here that Tesla broke, and that was surprising. Like, to try to break that 200. $229 is going to be major for Tesla now, to see if it's going to be if it's going through a squeeze. Because if it breaks 229, then you could bet yourself that you'll have a free run somewhere up to capped by the $300 level, which is pretty exotic to go all the way up there. But if you break that 229, then that's a point somewhere there to get some calls for 300, for AB speaking, not financial advice. Tesla looks bound to, actually, let me bring that back up. Yeah. As far as for near-term future, like going into next week, I need to see Tesla hold the 207 level by tomorrow, in order for somebody who's bullish on Tesla at least to extend the outlook for next week. Excuse me. Falls before that, it will fall underneath that support, and most likely next week you'll see much more exotic retracement. Yeah, me too. I see a lot of people getting trapped in many different stocks in this run up. People expecting bull market when it's not bull market technically. And people getting into stocks at a much more higher valuation point, so that when shorts or market makers start doing their job magic, then it's going to be something that nobody, most likely they'll catch a lot of bag holders. There you go, Vado Loco. See? Great minds think alike. Yeah, Rivian has great potential, but I think it's also like it's good for run-ups if you time it right, as you mentioned down here. And I see you got all the screws in the right places. But for anybody else watching or listening, Rivian is going to be more of a long shot because Amazon is its biggest kind of hope. And yes, while that vehicle is moving in the right direction, everybody's got to remember that the times that we're heading towards, or we're in almost, and even Amazon themselves will confirm this. They confirmed this with that segment that I put on the YouTube channel in the community tab. You know, there was like a little article about Amazon. Their outlook for Q1 is going to be kind of looking horrendous. So what that shows me is that they're going to be cutting a lot of unnecessary expenses, which is what a lot of companies are doing. That's what tells me that we're heading toward the recession that I've always spoke about. And when companies have side projects or investments in anything else, I mean, they're going to start cutting off employees, kind of like throwing extra luggage off board to survive and, you know, squeeze out profits per quarter in the times that we're heading toward. And that's when things become a lot more diabolical, in my opinion, as far as for the common citizen all around the globe. So it's a slow process, but when the music starts playing, then, you know, you would have to get with it, whether you like it or not. That's just the way of life. Should be seeing a uptick on AMC here in a bit. How large? We shall see. And on this, looking at this volume, not much, but how's everybody's morning? Is it sleepless like AB's? I was gonna start streaming this at 11 actually because of when I was going to sleep. Didn't think that honestly I was gonna wake up around this time when I started this stream. I had to process my calls. Look at that, the goat is in the house. I know you're probably at work, brother, but thank you for stopping by and, you know, showing the support. I keep napping, yeah. Vado Loco, aka Varo Loco Musk. That's your full name in AV's world from now on. Get used to it. Let's look at seeing what's happening in the world today. One thing I want people to also, as far as like for the EV sector, one of the things that is doing great with it is the fact that, you know, the Democrats are pushing heavy for that, and they want, you know, clean energy and taking care of global warming and all that kind of spiel. As I said a few days ago in the video, that Lucid is the play that I'm looking forward to ahead of its earning on the 22nd, which is possibly my window is next week sometime. I want to see a nice entry zone to see what's going to happen, but it all depends on those earnings, and I think they're going to be good as far as what I've seen from the past two earnings. So just a scalp play. I'm not gonna do, I don't do in this market, in this volatile market, the way that we're in. The only things that I'm long in is just my meme stocks, because, you know, it's by default you have to be. AMC obviously is one of them, and my favorite stock basically CCI. CCI is where it's at for me. Those are the ones that I'm unconditionally just long in. Doesn't matter what market we're in. But Lucid and CENN, aka formerly known as Naked Brands, they started actually packaging their and making their own batteries in-house, so in their own plants, which is huge for the EV sector. A lot of companies, EV companies, I mean, you know, that's the most expensive thing just about into an electric vehicle. You know what I'm saying? So it's to do that production. Many like CENN will be looking. This is a good thing for them. They will be doing what many companies will come to them, or many other industries will come to them to get these batteries, instead of them having to fork out a lot of money to go ahead and start making them themselves, you know? So that's a convenience to the rest of the world that they will benefit from. You got the freaking, what's his name, Diamond, came out this morning from JP Morgan and said that, oh, the economy is doing great, but I can't rule out the fact that we're going to be looking ahead for some serious clouds, storm clouds coming. So everybody sounds like freaking Jay Powell now, right? Oh, the economy is doing great, we're going to do soft landing, but we're going to be ready and prepared to hike the rates if we need to tame inflation. This move up from the SPY is going to be really, it looks like it's going to be nice to try to get back and fight that channel and get back over the 413, perhaps hopefully 90 cents as we're getting ready to do that. Now this is right there, confirmed entry points for me. I was getting in. Carlos, no, not CCL, CCI. CCI, aka Crown Castle. Good luck at work, Mikey. Ah, Carnival Cruise Lines. I got you. Fun fact for AB on that one is that was actually one of the stocks that I actually played coming out of the 2020 pandemic reopening. That one, and there was another cruise ship stock too. I played both of them heavy. Let's see, we'll take Netflix out. CCL looks great. It's about to start a new, I use a lot of Elliott waves. So it's about to start wave, it's finishing up wave 1. And we're going to be starting wave 2. Wave 2 is always going to be to the downside. Whenever this starts right there, let's see on the 5-day chart. Yeah, it's finishing the last wave. All right, we didn't start the new set of waves. Finishing the ABC after the 5th wave, which makes sense right now. It's at 1177. At a good valuation. It's It's neither overbought, and it's like in the mid-range for me right here. It's not that lucrative of an entry point, so it's gonna do some retracement, especially at the C, finishing out the C wave. You can see here to the downside. Now, how far does that go if it respects this? If it respects the $11 support level, then, you know, the second wave is going to be to the upside. It could take it up to 11, the upper 11 to the $12 range, at least for now, until we see what happens with earnings. And I think that's what will dictate what will the charts look like, or how severe of a drop it will take, or how much of a pump it will take. So it looks good. It looks like it had a run up right there. Not much, but it had a nice little run up. This is not also the season for them, so this Q2 in after like April, I would say that's when end of March, April, that's when these set of stocks would start doing what they're supposed to do, in my humble opinion. Take a look at AMC again. AMC, same shit again, still like exactly like yesterday. Movement, consolidating. But the only difference here is that we're actually not being brought down exactly. They did what they had to do for the options chain yesterday and the day before yesterday. So today and tomorrow, I see nothing but kind of like an upside. Maybe not too crazy, but Battle Loco Neo, oh man, that's one of the most favorite stocks for me. Unfortunately, it being a Chinese company, it's like made some good money on it in that 2020 shutdown and the run up when it ran up to like 64 and above. It was amazing. It has all the fundamentals and the sales and everything. The only thing is that since we politically are at odds with China, that could eventually affect the living hell out of that investment. But in the eights, again, I don't see not much downside from that point. I mean, what will it go to 7, 6? The only thing that I could see that could affect Neo or even LI, League, or XPIV, those three are my favorite. The only thing that I could see, hurting those three is the political aspect of things and how they play out. I see AMC doing some good things tomorrow. Not much, but just so it could be tamed in the options chain for the market maker. I think they're gonna keep trying to drag this thing out until they see from their end you know, they want to see how they want to handle AMC moving forward. $17.96 Patriot, thank you, appreciate it. We're getting close to see a squeeze in or out, obviously, for the SPY. This is going to be an interesting set of trend coming up here soon. Then the next, I would say, somewhere between the next 15-20 minutes. No China, get off my lawn. I hope, man, like the world can get to a point where it can all get along with each other, because everybody just wants to live. But you know, the code of man since the beginning of time, every man always wants more piece of the pie for themselves. They just can't be content. People follow, or entities follow, the ideology of eating to get full, not eating to get by. That makes any sense. Yes, true. It's stuff to. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what all politics is about. It's a game. It's not even a game of chess. It's just like, you know, anything goes. It's like guerrilla warfare, and obviously it's targeted towards the people. You're correct, Vado Loco. That's its main intention. Nice. Here we begin. We'll have an uptick right here in the SPY. See? Moving on up. 85. That was a great entry point when I alerted CENN just a little bit ago, a few minutes ago, that we will have something good coming out. It's a great, as a swing trader, as a day trader, having those points to get in, so that that's what it all comes down to, specifically with options. Get in at the right place, get out once you get your percentages, because when you're a day trader, you're not looking for those, you know, 500, 1000% every trade profits. You know, once you keep collecting day over day, those 40, 50, 30, 10, 20% profits, they'll add up. And once your wallet swells up like basically crazy, your positions that you get in with also will start reflecting. Getting in and getting 10% off on 20, 30K on a position, that adds up. Look at yourself about, you know, 3 months later, you're like, wow, is this my portfolio or is this a bank account? Uncle Sam. That volume is disgusting. It came out of the gate crazy, and then they just powered down all the the algos. Like I said earlier, man, I could see the SPY, especially probably in like any given time today. Hopefully it doesn't take until power hour to possibly hit that 414, 415 again. Well, 414, it was already at the high of the day. I could see it breaking back up, perhaps after the repo and reverse repo operations, to go back up to break that 415. I see that setup. Let me see here. Market maker is showing me, and this is a pre-look at what the market will close at least for the SPY today. Is showing me that he doesn't want the price to close under 413, but in the same time doesn't want it to be over 414. So anywhere between 413 and 414 is where the market maker wants the price action to end at. So they could keep bouncing in between those levels, burn options at this from this point on out, and they'll see where it goes after. One thing I would say is this: from my experience in options, the one thing I'm noticing is that specifically with AMC, and this is, I mean, none of this again is financial advice, guys, but from what I've been seeing is with AMC, the market maker is also not dropping those premiums. Even where we at price wise, the premiums should be much lower than where they at, which indicates that there is something in the background and they don't want the premiums to be somewhere within the grasp of, you know, easy grasp of just anybody, unless you're putting or forking out a good amount to make something that's big out of it, you know. That's one thing I'll put out there as a hint. So, I'm surprised no one has brought up anything about the vote yet. Let's talk about it. Guys, I want everybody to remember that AB's zone is always family zone. If you're an AMC, you're family. Yes, vote, no vote, your family. But it comes back down to all of us to try to, you know, get through the woodworks and all the let's say the the woods and the plains and all the jungle to try to get to the proper place together, because we all need each other. If either side, you know, says heck with this play, everybody else loses, you know. So feel free to always say your piece about the vote. Let's talk about it. You know, in this place here, I don't bring anybody down. Nobody has the right to bring anybody down for anything. This is a grown adult page to where you could bring up your points. We all bring up our points, and everybody still can love each other afterwards. Because we're family, right? Maro Loco. It's a complicated subject. I see us bending over in both scenarios. And that's what the other side is putting us in that. They're putting us in that direction. I agree with you, because the harsh reality about both sides of the vote is dilution. That's the one thing that is so hard to swallow, and we need to come up with like many different ways for the company to actually get to standings of good earnings, one after another, in order for us to tackle that debt. Now, I'm not worried too much about the debt personally, and let me say my piece on this, and I will see in the comments where you guys' heads are at. But I'm not worried too much about the debt. What I'm worried about is our earnings. I need to see us get to a point where we are profitable. Because when you're profitable, that's the main key. When a long institute or an investor or a fundamental investor that's not worried about no short squeeze or any of that stuff, they're just coming to see if there's a good potential in a play, that's what they look at. If AMC solves, let's say hypothetically speaking, all its debt, but still operates on a loss per quarter, no investor is going to come in. It doesn't matter what price evaluation. So if the yes vote goes through, and you know, I'll just overlook all the other fundamentals of how they can dilute us then, and how many shares will come over as a conversion from APE that they will have to dump on us, and all that stuff. Let's just skip that first. We're doing this so that we can attract more institutional investing. Institutional investing is always going to look at your profitability. That's why you see stocks like CCI, as I mentioned earlier. Why is it my favorite? Why is it many other institutions or long-term traders one of their favorite stocks? One, they can give out dividend. Why? Because they're always profitable. They were one of the only stocks in the 2008 recession to actually go up in value rather than falling. In one of the worst times, financial times, that we had to witness in our lifetime, you know, and even the world have seen. Why? Because their business is bona fide. Like, their business blueprint is just crazy. Having those over 5,000 real estate properties that have all like signal towers that they're renting to all the major cell providers in the world, specifically in the US. And they have an upside of going to do more of that in other continents. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, they're like HYMC on steroids, you know? So a long-term investor, when they look at AMC or any other play, they want to see profitability. That's the most important thing. And that's why I'm not getting as aggressive with my no, or whether the no or the yes. Well, I'm obviously an obvious no about the vote. That's why I'm waiting to see at least the earnings. I found it really odd that AMC would put upfront such a proposal before they report their earning, because those are important elements to think about. If our earnings are great, and we're either almost breaking even from where we started after the pandemic, or even prior to the pandemic, that's all I need to know. At that point, why would I even need dilution? Because at that point, it could be the smallest, and the smallest of dilution can be made. Look at APE right now, for example, being in the $3 zone. If earnings come out and show that we're breaking even, at least, or very close to breaking even, with the outlook that we're looking for, we have popcorn coming in to hit shelves. We have credit card dynamic that's coming in. Again, all those are little things, but they add in. So that could be, those could be the small little things that could get us over the hump, at least for the time being, as the movie industry keeps getting better and better throughout Hollywood, you know? And when I see that, then at that point, I could easily, as a CEO, if I was CEO, let's say if I was Adam Aaron, I would be more than happy to do a quick U-turn on this whole yes or no. If I see my earnings per share, or if I'm almost breaking even, then I can do the smallest of dilutions, since I already have 600 million plus on hand, and I could do a $3 zone, hypothetically speaking, on APE. I can do a small dilution there and keep it as a dividend stock, which means all these institutes and all these shorts that are looking to do harm to us, that bought heavy into APE, he could use them to be the victims, basically, or to teach them a lesson to how to try to short AMC. That's a checkmate move right there. Keep it as a dividend, as it was intended to do. Do a small little dilution at that evaluation versus doing it at 66 cents, which made no sense. Get our money back up to about $1 billion, at least on hand. That would easily get us through, even if we're not profitable, throughout the rest of 2023, easily. He already works out some deals with some of the covenant loans that are extended now to 2024. So we're in great shape, so I need to see these earnings. That's, I think, where it matters the most. What do you guys think? I'll stop for a second, let everybody else speak. Miss Chase, good morning. I'm praying as well. I'll keep talking about if you guys want me to hear my thoughts on the whole yes and no and how I would go about it. Like there's many artistic ways to go about this. There isn't just one way in and one way out. You know what I'm saying? But I want to hear everybody else's thoughts. Because eventually, when we all put our brains together, that's ultimately where we can make magic. Pop out basically. Market maker, definitely. He sees the potential. He does not want to close under 413, but in the same time, he doesn't want to go over 414. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, AMC is good, guys. As far as for like, even here looking at the 3 month, I'm showing you right here. You see how we're going to complete the fifth wave, and we respected the support levels here. We didn't break underneath 498 on a 3 month outlook, at least. We just did a retracement after our little run up that we had these past few weeks, which is extended for over 40%. No, that's not the numbers that we're looking for, because obviously we're looking for the MOAS here. But you know, to the journey of you know, whatever, a journey of a mile or 2,000 miles or whatever starts with one step by step. Thank you, babe. Yeah, at the end of the day, there's two sides to every story, and we gotta weigh them out. Because from my perspective, we're, you know, again, we have to all get along and be family. If we don't like it, we have to like it, because we're all tied up, and we all can affect our investment directly or indirectly. Imagine this scenario plays out. Imagine the fire becomes bigger and bigger, and then between the yes side and the no side, and then who really wins and who really loses in this scenario? Of course, the other side wins. We all lose, because if the yes side says, if this does not go through, I'm out. If the no side says, if this goes through, I'm out. Oh my God. Again, who wins? The other side, shorts. And everybody else loses on our side, the yes and the no. Mark my words. And that's what how divide and conquer operates. They're dividing and conquering, at least attempting to. SPLX also running with the SPY. Oh wow, babe. Well, it's technically should be, since it's an ETF off the basket of an ETF off of the S&P 500. Loco, the vote will pass. If not this time, next time, when AMC dilute APE again and give the hedge funds more voting power. But I believe after paying the debt, it will be so much easier to be profitable. I mean, that's a fair point. I would imagine that, you know, if in that scenario, that means the AMC board actually wants not the best maybe for its retail institution, which is the majority holder of its shares, because, you know, actively trying to go for something that majority of its shareholders obviously does not want, means that they're taking the side of the institutional side, which again, this is a Game of Thrones kind of game. If that's what's best for company as they see fit as a board, because they don't own the company, they just work there. They see that's what fits best. That's what they see fits best. Fair point. Redwan, how are you, brother? See, the SPY right now is still looking good, especially for tomorrow as well, as far as like the upside look. Because as you guys can see, this is the gap that we had right there where we gapped up. And obviously we need to fill most of it up. As you can see, we're filling it up. Maybe we could see still some retracement up to the about the bottom 411. And then eventually, you know, power right back up, which we saw that right here. I don't know if that was enough. Maybe we will retest this support or this resistance up here somewhere and then drop right back over here to fill this. If we break underneath, then obviously that will show what tomorrow will look like. And that's when it will be an opportunity to load up for lower puts. But if we fill up these gap, then by the end of the day or by tomorrow, I could see us getting back up to the 415s. Most likely today. P Duke 68, do I have a past video? Well, majority of my videos that spoke somewhat about the vote have been, majority of them has been like every time I make a video and talk about it, I always say why I am this. And to say why I am something, like why am I no, I point out the points that will indirectly or directly actually go versus the opposition, which is the yes. So it kind of speaks about that. But if you have any particular questions that are put that, you know, that can get you over the fence, that my opinion can probably, you know, hopefully answer or anything, please bring them up here, over here. I'll make your life much easier, and you don't have to look much. Because the pros and the cons can't be all, in my humble opinion, made only in one video. Because things keep changing. I need to see the earnings in order for me to add more to either the why the yes and why the no. You see what I'm saying? There's like so many different variables that I have to like go over as time keeps leading up to that vote. And we have some good time still. There are many things that I will keep adding to them. So if I make one video now, other variables could come into play to also be that should be added to that video. So it won't be fair to the family and to the rest of the community to see that video and just think that that's it. Those are the pros and those are all the cons, as things keep you know, changing with the play. Markets are basically waiting to go through that repo and reverse repo operations. About a local EDBL. You having fun with that? You've been speaking about that. Let's take this carnival thing out. You see here the moving average just crossed on the MACD, so you should be seeing, at least for the near future, an uptick. So this should you should be more excited. Till we see this little curve, we're good. Anybody that's in EDBL besides Mr. Varo Loco. Looks good from its levels. This is a great entry point still for this play, guys. Good find, Varo Loco. I'm intrigued on this one. CTRM, I'll look at that in just 1 second, Carlos. Piduk makes sense. The big issue with me, it seems that by reducing our share count, it greatly raises our average cost per share and makes it seem impossible to get numbers that can make profit. Let me reread that. Count greatly raises our average cost per share and it makes it seem impossible to get to numbers that can make profit. Yeah, as far as, well, that's from, okay, I see where you're coming from. That's from a shareholder's perspective. And what the company and the board is trying to get out there across is that, hey, we need to have a company in order for you as a shareholder to coexist. So if we must cut a leg and cut an arm and to survive, then we shall do it. You know, it's a bit exotic of an example, and that's what the point that they're getting across. And I could see where you're coming from with that. The one thing I want people to think about, because no one else beside me is talking about this. How many, like I've showed an example in one of my previous videos on one of the worst shorts toward AMC that even came out to taunt us and call us morons and stuff, AQR, with Cliff Asness. What those people did were they're loading up heavy, more than retail, on basically the preferred equity, which is APE. They all loaded up on common shares right before the issuance of APE, and as soon as they got their APE, they dumped all their AMC holdings. Why? Because now they're loading up even more and more and more and more, especially when it went down to the cents, so that when that gets converted over, now they'll have a bunch of shares, And we already know that over 26% of AMC's float is owned by institutions. Now, majority of APE is technically on the side of institutions as far as what data shows. So when that gets converted over, you know, they basically will have all these cheap shares in the value of cents, because they got a lot of shares for free as investors in AMC when the APE was issued. It was issued as a dividend. So everybody who had AMC common shares, they got APE for free. And then all that now in the hopes of it being converted in, that's their Trojan horse packaged in a nice, you know, gift to come in. And once they're in, then they could come out and do all their damage. They will all, like, I will not be surprised. If I was a short, the first thing I will do is load up, which is what they did first. They got a lot of free apes, and then they loaded up on them. If they get converted over to become AMC, their investment was what? Cents? Imagine as a short, I just bought technically AMC shares. If they get converted over, I just bought AMC shares for cents. And once the reverse stock split and the conversion goes through, then I have technically my cents of a share just became whatever, 30, 40, 50 bucks when it gets converted over. And then at that point, what I've seen, and if I was a short again, as soon as the conversion is done, then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to dump my AMC shares on the ground, creating sell pressure, which will bring the price down. I see that there's on the yes side, there's people who think that it will be hard to borrow shares or get shares after the reverse stock split. And that's unfortunately because they're not thinking about the idea that they don't need to go borrow shares at that point. There is going to be 400 plus million shares that AMC can at any given point dilute and issue from. So that's one. Two, they would have a bunch of shares that will get converted over from APE that becomes actual AMC shares. What do you think they're going to do with them? They're going to hold for the MOAS? If they're shorts, you know what they're going to do. If I was a short, the first thing I will do is dump them short, bring the price down of AMC lower to force AMC's hand yet again to dilute at much lower prices. The yes side thinks that once we get the conversion and the reverse stock split, that we would be, for example, at, let's say, we were at $5 when the conversion happens, and the reverse stock split, which means we'll be around 50 bucks. So if a bunch of selling pressure and shorting starts happening because they have the shares from 8 being converted over, then 50 will not necessarily be there, because the yes side thinks that they'll need to go look for shares. It'll be harder to find shares. They already have them in from 8 conversion. They dump those, they will bring down that cost from 50 all the way down, and with all those shares being dumped on the market, then they will have access to reborrow them from whoever they sell them to. They sell them to the market, we buy all of them, okay, then what? The play gets prolonged for another year or so. My humble opinion here. Hopefully that adds up to that, and feel free to keep asking whatever questions. I mean, what are we here for? What are we doing, right? I see the SPY. It's trying to retest C to fill that gap I was telling you guys about a little bit ago. Up to the 411.16. And then we could have either a breakthrough, break that support and fall to the bottom. But look, we just formed a double bottom. What that means? Upside. 412 imminent. This is an entry point for anybody, not financial advice. This is a great entry point, unless you want to see we're going to retest that 411 first. But when you have a double bottom confirmation, it's going to be followed. A double bottom is an AKA W. Then basically you're going to be making an upside move. We shall see. Or 11.29. We'll see from this point. Let me see what comments were there. If APE is worth more than AMC when conversion happens, then what happens? I don't see that being the case, brother. I see that if APE is basically making an upside, because again, you got to think from the other side's perspective. They're loading up on it. They need it to be. And my point on that was that yes, while APE goes up, also you'll see AMC go up. I'm not on the same page as everybody who think that APE is going to squeeze to $50 or $60 or $70 and crazy evaluations like that. I don't see that being the case because they need it to be in the load up zone for them. In the same time, they need it to be in a place where if this vote does not go through, it's not so high where AMC can dilute it at a higher evaluation, and then they're screwed with all these shares that they got, and they just stay there as dividends, you know? And AMC don't even have to raise another vote from that perspective. If their earnings come out to be very close to be breaking even, that point, and this is just a business analysis, no company needs to think about major dilution because it's on the, basically it's green at that point. If they break even on operations or get green with the outlook on their industry, they see all their other competitors going through bankruptcy. In the same time, they're the apex of their world. It's only upside from that point, but it all comes down to the earnings. And debt can easily be tackled without having to have, to do major, dilution or any of that stuff. If you look, every company out there has some form of debt. There is good debt and there is bad debt. Companies take out big debt so that they can tackle some things so they could get to a better business and analytical perspective. AMC is not the only company that has debt. Go look. Many companies, even Fortune 100 companies, have debts. But that's all good debt. Nice. Look at that, guys. We retested that gap on the SPY, as I was saying, around that 411. We hit that 411.09, and we bounced right off of that. Let's see if we retest and break under, because if we break under, that's going to be insane. How low we go. But back to the APE thing. So yeah, I don't see it going up much further than what AMC is. The common, because that's where the real game is about. If you guys pay attention to one thing that no one is kind of paying attention to from a content creator perspective or pointing to, AMC is being bought. Literally, AMC, the common shares, are being bought still by major institutes, like specifically Vanguard, which is the biggest institutional holder in AMC. Are they also buying a lot of APE? Possibly. But why are they buying, why won't they buy more APE and just no AMC common shares at all? That's interesting. There's something in the background that somebody knows that we don't know. Let's see. CTRM. Oh yeah, you brought that back. Why no one is talking about how people average costs going to shoot up after the conversion? I think stop line. I think a lot of people have touched on that. There's not like the major entree of their party, I would say, or of their conversation. But the average cost stays the same because your valuation doesn't change. It's just the number of your shares will definitely change. But as far as your costs, still the same. But to break even from those evaluations, so let's say we become $50. Let's say everything goes through. Yes, conversion, reverse stock split, all that stuff. Yes becomes the thing, and let's say we are at $50 when it was all said and done. Okay, let's say 50 or 60 bucks. Thing is, theoretically, if people were at, let's say their average cost was like $20 on AMC, after the reverse stock split, you're going to basically look at, to break even, you're going to be looking at least anything north of $200 to your break even. Problem with that is, and I see where you're coming from, this is where your point comes in, no lie, or stop lying, sorry, is if the price theoretically stays at 60, then yes, it could shoot up to that when if AMC squeezes. But if it does not, and they start dumping all those converted shares over from APE, bringing the price down from for AMC over again to the 20s and the 15s, now it becomes like Mount Everest of a climb for the shareholder that is holding. That's just on an average of 20. Majority of the community is on a much higher valuation than that. Good point, brother. CTRM. Oh, Costa Rican. I remember playing some options on this back in 2021. Free time. Oh, wow. For such a low evaluated stock, like at the price point that it's at, the volume is very scarce, and that's not a very good thing. But the good thing about that is showing that it is basically dying. These are the times where entries are made, in my humble opinion, on stocks, when obviously there's nowhere for it to go to bottom out more. I mean, it could go down another 10-15 cents, possibly, but there's no volume much on it. There's not enough money. It's more expensive to short than to let it rip, or load up on it to let it rip and then make money on the upside for it. That's from an institutional perspective, and then short it from a higher perspective so that they can make money, or worth it kind of money on the way up and then the way back down. So from a retail perspective now, these are the great scalps right there. It's like, hey, okay, let's get into this at this point, because when it rips, then if you have your percentages, then you know when to get out. But you don't want to be chasing it if it already starts ripping. And as I look here, 1 second, let me enlarge this. Okay. See, what it shows me here is that, like, back, you see this big candle right here, which was on the 3rd of this month, not too long ago, right? Some institute made a really big position took a big position into this thing. That's how I see it. And it could possibly be that they, at this point right here, is when they, to keep it tamed and drop prices in here. It could be market maker, but anything is possible. As you can see, over the year to date, the price action has actually been slowly moving up, but there's no volume on it. So at any given time, those are one of those, like I call a zombie company, that can make money out of nowhere. When you look on your app and you see the big movers of the day and stuff, this is one of them, but it's just waiting for that one day to happen. You see the MACD, the volume, there's more buying right there, as you can see, since from year to date. So this is moving up. Soon it could break out. Let me see. Bollinger Bands are pointing up. It might need some time though to do any of that. So if you're going long on this, might be some time, but again, every trader has a strategy. Yeah, Vado Loco. That was a very good time in 2021 on it. I remember those those options that I made on that, and it was very fun. However, I've always treated it like a day trade. I've never went, you know, long term on it. B Dukes, sounds like the reverse split isn't the main problem then. It's the conversion, right? Yeah, there's more issues out of the conversion, in my humble opinion, than the reverse stock split itself. Like the reverse stock split is an issue because, you know, people don't want to lose out on their shares, because if there is, since this is a squeeze play, this is not a Tesla or an Amazon or a Microsoft kind of play. It's not a blue chip stock as well. So, and it will never be a blue chip stock. And this is not anything like as shilling on the stock. No, this is reality. But that's the thing about it. Like losing out on your shares and you're looking for a squeeze play. Now, when you do punch your ticket, you're punching your ticket for much less. I understand that side, but majority of the issue is the conversion for me, because when all these virus, think of the conversion as a infected files. These apes are infected files that once you open up their email and you bring it in and you download it onto your computer, now you got a big virus. And basically, to get rid of it, in some cases you'd have to get rid of everything. Biggest trade talks, man, money wise, it was AMC for me, options in June. Second after that was Dogecoin, leading up to January, into January of 2021. And GME comes, you know, SPRT comes third, and GME comes fourth after. If I remember all of them correctly. I just know the first three for sure. That's the hydrate. Yeah, I haven't sold AMC. No, what I did was actually theoretically help the community and help myself more in the pursuit of doing so. It was all the options, and I further made my position bigger by exercising more than half of those options, because the evaluations was crazy back in that time when I loaded up heavy on those options. Was back in I started doing it around February of 2021, and I was going long. And in March, I've added more at leading up to that end of May, you know, beginning of that run up into June 2021. But at that time, the highest out of the money you could think of on the options chain, as far as for AMC, was $40. And you guys know how that ended up in the run up. You know, even the most outlandish out of the money, because we were at 8, was very in the money when it was all said and done. I had a bunch that was at 14, I had a bunch at 12, and I had many that were ridiculously, like I was leveraging my position so that in case the 40 don't hit, obviously I'm good with the 12 and the 14s on any run up. And then when that was happening, as we were going up, what did I exercise? The 12 and the $14 strike prices, because when we were in the 50 and higher $40 range, I was selling all the 40 because they had most of the money made on them because of the Greeks. So I was selling all my $40 calls, and I exercised with the money I made from that, majority, if not actually all, the $12 and the $14 strike prices. Because basically I was forcing the market maker to go ahead and buy those shares. And at that time, would it make sense to you? Would you have done the same to go ahead and when AMC was at 50 and when it was at 60, to go ahead at that same time to force the market maker to buy your shares, and all I'm paying for them is $12 a piece, $14 a piece? It's a great big double win. Paul Adam, I hate reverse stock split. I had 3,500 shares of check. They did a 20-to-1 stock split. I'm left with 185 shares. Yes, the stock went from 50 cents to 4, but but if it runs to 185 times 100, it's much less than 3,500 times 100. And that's exactly one of the points, Paul, that I was making for the people. As far as for this is one of the points. There's many ways, many things that goes into the pros and the cons for this convergence slash or the yes or the no for this vote. And that's one of the points, brother. Carlos, space call tomorrow. Where and who? I'm in. Crazy part, I used to day trade only based on the level 2 table. Didn't know any TA at the time, man. I remember those days. Same here. Everybody starts in I think in that same place, Bottle. Carlos, 115 or 315. We'll have a couple, 115 to 315. We'll have a couple YouTubers and CEOs and outside perspectives. Your Twitter, you're hosting. Give me your Twitter, brother. I mean, I would love to come and listen or even speak if that's a privilege for me. But again, what's your Twitter? I'll follow you on there, brother. Or you can follow me on mine, and vice versa. I'll follow you on yours. Yeah, I would love to hear all perspectives. That's what it's all about, to have all the facts and the possibilities laid out on the table and see how we move forward as a community from there. And let me add that. Well, thank you, sir. You honor me with that. Thank you. I'll be honored. Let me try to find your Twitter handle. See if you guys can find me. I'm AB Investments Twitter, and it has my same picture of YouTube, but let me GN. Okay. I see you right here. There you go. Boom. You should see it. Tipping my hat off for you, Carlos. Let's see what happened here with the SPY. See guys, look at this. Do you see this right here? Look at that. See how we respect it? We're bouncing right off of it. Try to bring us underneath this. That was the gap we had this morning. See that? We filled that up. And in my humble opinion now, we're poised to move back up. I tell you earlier, these are great areas right here. This was mostly right there. I told you earlier was like a few cents, 30 cents less to perhaps make a position. And basically, if this keeps this line, I'm gonna leave this trend line right there, is respected. We don't fall underneath it, then it's upside from here. Let's see. Yeah, I left that. It's that highlighted green line right there, so we can see it. If anybody sees it being broken down, then, which I don't see, but if anybody sees it, then yeah, let everybody know. Let's look at AMC. Ooh, they brought AMC down a little bit. Let's look on a 5-day. Still finishing out that fifth wave on the 5-day movement. We had that double bottom there yesterday, and that's why the fourth wave came. And it's so funny how some technicals could go along with others. As you can see here, the Elliott waves confirmed also the same movement as the double bottom that was seen. So what am I saying here is that if I was using Elliott waves, I would have had a much earlier entry to this AMC. If I was like, let's say a day trader or an institutional or anybody a retail trader who's coming in using Elliott waves, I would have gotten here on the third wave because the fourth wave is always to the upside. But if I needed more confirmation, then that double bottom confirmed it, would have gotten here right away. Now we're finishing out that fifth wave, which will be probably done by today and tomorrow, and then on Monday we'll start the new cycle. Anybody that's saying that we're gonna squeeze today or tomorrow or yesterday or last month or whatever, you guys know what's best for yourselves, right? Crucial moment for this buy right here. Let's see. This is like overtime moment now. an overtime moment in sports. Will it break under or will it bounce right off that? Yep. Another double bottom confirmed now. Now let's see how high this goes on the SPY. Entry point announced. So eat some fruit. Everybody wants some fruit. Good for you in the morning. Actually, let me finish my coffee first. Feel free, guys, to bring up any questions or points to talk about. We're here with each other now, right? Any of them, whether still talking about the stock split or any of that. For the SPY, this is great place. Perhaps, play a 412 calls. Again, not financial advice, but if anything is going to be done after the confirmation of that double bottom, retest of that, fill in the gap first, we have in the morning, and then retesting it like 3 times. Let me see. Where's the and they're cheap. 412 and the 413 only going for about $68 and $38. Ooh, hold up, wait a minute. So we're breaking under. No, we're good for the upside. See, you got in exactly when I said it's a great entry point. Just at that point, every option at the even at the $413 option calls went up $6 a piece. Now that's not the biggest gain or any of that, but that's just at this point. So even in these low rise, technically somebody could have made $6 a call, depending on how many they would have gotten. Buying it at 37, 36, 38 bucks, selling them at 42. But the upside obviously is much higher than all of this, because once the repo and reverse repo operations go through next 35-45 minutes, retesting and respecting this support level, still we're at the support crunch time. The expectations is to respect this resistance, or sorry, the support level, and not make it resistance then, because it will eventually, if we break under and we stay under it, it will become resistance instead of support. I just don't see that. So, but it seems like the market maker is doing their best to try to get us to break under, and that looks like it's happening right there, but they can't keep us underneath it. Buying orders comes in. Yep. See? Let's see, P Dukes. Sorry, I'm just now seeing that comment. So in a nutshell, Adam Aaron is kind of screwing retail investors. I know his main concern is the company as it should be, but he has to realize who helped save it, right? Correct. Long term can't be good for AMC. So here's the thing. My opinion on that one is long term is good if he keeps that same way of thinking all across the board. And here's what I mean. So if right now looking at your position, if AMC was not in such large debt and they were not, let's say they were making profits, we wouldn't need to talk about either reverses or conversions or any dilution in general, because they'll be in a good place. Now, here's the thing. When we had money from prior dilution that we had in 2021, Adam Aaron went and did what? And paid down a little bit of some of that debt. But again, we're still not making profits. So most of that debt that we paid, we're still bracking that debt back up. So for people who say, for example, the yes vote is when we pay the debt, well, we're only going to be paying this debt to make new one until we break even and we start making profits. And that's the main topic that should be talked about. That's the main essence of things. So when we had over $2 billion in our chests from prior dilution in 2021, that explains why we're still waiting for the MOAS here in 2023. Instead of making long-term investments, whether in HYMC or doing anything that AMC, didn't at that moment need, you're in a position of need, in my humble opinion, you would go and look at ideas or do things or splurge some of that money on things that can effectively help cement your support on the level that you're at. So if I'm falling off the face of the earth because AMC has all that debt and has all that and is still not making profits, especially after the pandemic, wherever level I fell to, my thing as a CEO, because I'm gonna think of it like my business, the restaurant that I have. After we reopened from the pandemic, I had to readjust how I go about the business to make it survive to 2023 now, because everything dropped, like everything, all the sales dropped, but in the same time, the cost on things went up, like skyrocketed. Everything across the board. Inflation ate up at all my profits and all that stuff, but I had to do some things then. I could have went and bought a brand new walk-in cooler for the restaurant. But if I went and made that investment then, and look how I'm gonna make that connection over to AMC's situation. Yes, the place would love a new walk-in cooler that it needs so that I can store more goods so I can help sell more down the line. But at that moment, a new walk-in cooler, that's a splurge of money for me at that moment that is going to cost me and not solve my immediate problem, which also means that it could fasten up the process of me being shut down or basically being bankrupt of the business. So while I need a brand new walk-in cooler, at that moment there was bigger fish to fry for my business than the walk-in cooler. I needed to worry about how can I solve the issue of the inflation? How could I manage not having to raise my prices on consumers to levels that will affect them having to come and buy from my restaurant? You know, I had to figure those issues out, and I had to stay within those parentheses until I'm out of the hot waters. Then I can start talking about when my business is in good standing again, then I can talk about a brand new walk-in cooler. See what I mean? And that's why when we had the money, we needed that money to get us through without having to do any dilution in that time. And I just think that the investments that were made should have been better investments than that. Long-term investments when you need the money now are not a very good strategy as a businessman, you know? But one thing you got to remember, Adam Aron does not own AMC like AB owns his restaurant. Adam Aron gets paid from AMC. He's the captain of the ship, but not all captains go down with their ships, as the saying says. Now me, since I owned the business, if it went down, I was going to go down with it, like by default. And that's why I had to think like it was affecting me, like it was do or die, because all my livelihood was tied up to that business. So that's why it's different. Or people think that he's like, you know, the CEO, that means he's like the owner. Well, no, he's not. If AMC gets bankrupt, he just loses a job. See, if anybody, by the way, on a side note, before I continue, if anybody remembers, like about 4 or 5 minutes ago, when I said the SPY entry points, look at it. Those 412 and the 413 strike calls, they were just at 36, 35 for the 413, and right now they're at $52. You would have had literally flipped almost double your money just from 5 minutes ago till now. And that's what day trading is about. And it didn't even go much to the upside. It just went from the 411 to 411.68, from 411.09 to 411.68. And you would have had already 100% made money in your position. So if anybody did and made some money, congrats. And go. Hopefully that made some sense, P Duke. Varo Loco, we invested in the company. The dilution AMC have been doing are reason why we still here. Yeah, exactly. We did not necessarily save AMC. We technically did. We technically did. I mean, it's not save until obviously AMC is out of debt. So I get your point, and it's a fair one. But at that point, if we didn't save AMC, then we saved the board pockets, because they all made so many millions, including Adam Aaron in 2021. Anybody that refutes that is drinking AMC milk. So we saved somebody. If it ain't the company, it's the board. They're all almost barely, besides Adam Aaron, hold any common shares. From the VP down in that board, they're all loading up on APE and dumped all their entire common shares, majority of them, in the pursuit of obviously the conversion, so they can have a lot of AMC shares in return for investment of pennies or into APE. And what will they do? According to the pattern in history, they'll turn around those executives and those board members and continue to sell the shares. Some of them have to do it justifiably, because one point that everybody has to remember is all the board has some of their pay comes in a form of stock dividend or in a form of stock. So they, in order for them to get paid, it's kind of like me. Let's say if I worked for a company and my salary is whatever, let's say 100,000. That company could come to me and say, hey, you know what? We're going to pay you 50,000, and then the other 50,000 will pay to you in form of stock. And I'll say, okay. So it doesn't mean if I sold that 50,000 worth of stock, that means I'm shilling the company. No, that's my pay. That's the way I'm getting paid. But for these guys, like this is why I always tell the community, like, hey, let's keep the same energy. When somebody within the community says, hey, I'm selling or I sold, to look out for his family or her family or their personal finances, nobody knows who's over leveraged and what they're going through in their lives. Everybody calls them a paper hand, but nobody says any of that to any of the members in the board. Everybody's always licking their hands, you know, the board member's hand, but nobody calls them paper hands. I'm not against anybody who wants to sell or buy, because at the end of the day, everybody has different situation. So do you, yeah. If you have to sell, do your thing. If you have to continue buying and you can hold, do your thing. More power to you. You know, only you know your situation. But don't call the community a paper hand if it's one of the community members. And if it's one of the board members, then it's like, oh yeah, it's part of their pay. It goes both ways. Wasim Bano, this yes vote will pay off debt and shorts will go by not covering, and they will short more, and we will be left out without the Moas short squeeze. Well, here's the thing, Wasim, very good points. Thing is, people really think that as soon as the reverse stock split happens, that AMC magically is going to come out and dilute the living shit of AMC. And at, let's say, if we did it around, let's say the reverse stock split took us to $60. And let's say AMC this time does not fumble the ball like they did on APE, selling it at 66 cents, waiting for it to get to the bottom to sell. Let's say they, right at the top, they sell. One thing I'll tell you from now, because I've never seen this happen in the institutional world, they're not gonna dilute up to $5 billion worth of debt, worth of shares at once. What they will do is have, like 2021, perhaps sell up to paying down half, not even half, like about 20 to 25 tops % of that debt. And they will get some good deals because this is a time where every bank or financial institution needs money. So they'd be willing, like Adam Aaron did in the past, to his credit here at this point, work out and restructure deals, debt deals, where he could pay less, but for more. So I could do a wholesale deal, like, hey, I know I owe you like $1 billion, but how about in these rough times, how about 500 million sound? How about 400 million cash right now? Would you take it? Any financial institutions will jump all over that. They'll say, okay, which they did in the past a couple of times with Adam Aaron. They restructured good deals. So that's how I see it working down. So we will still have debt, but the problem is the timing. Adam Aaron, when will they sell? At what point? Instantly? He should have had that in a proxy to make me feel more at ease. Is, hey, a fourth point added is as soon as the reverse stock split is made and the conversion, we will, if you're voting, you're also voting on another thing. We will sell an X amount, and he will clarify what's that X amount at that evaluation. That way we would know ahead how much money or how much debt will be paid. Because if they just do, 400 or 500 million dilution at that point, and then shorts turn around and drop the price by selling all those apes that got converted into AMC shares, then the price drops down. So, okay, we secured 400 or 500 million. This is best case scenario here that I'm saying. And okay, that's a little blip into the debt. But then when they short down the stock and sell so much shares after the conversion, so many shares, then we will have to do dilution again because we need to pay debt again. And doing it at lower points, now we have to do bigger dilutions, further screw in retail more and more and more, and the company itself, because the company will at that point will have so many shares out there, and it'll be just around like, playing in the park. How many synthetics are out there? Again, as a realistic mind, I don't stay on the hope. There's these also points where people say, hey, there's this point where people say, or certain people are saying that, guess what? I believe that we have over 10 billion or 20 billion synthetics out there that we have to take care of. That's all theoretical. While I'm leaning toward that idea, but it's still theoretical. It's not 100%. Over the past 3 years, what has been done? Did they do something diabolical to take care of that on a daily basis? Did they not? Nobody can pinpoint where all those billions of floats. Yes, the market maker has over $65 billion in assets that are delivered but not yet purchased. Those have AMC all over it, most likely. But again, even that is still theoretical. So as a realistic mindset, I have to keep that in perspective of worst case scenario. I don't just jump on, I hope, and jump over the cliff that there's water on the bottom, or it's not that high that will kill me. I gotta know, how high is this cliff? What's the possibilities here? Can I survive this or what? Before I jump, of course, and make that leap of faith. So I gotta know all that stuff ahead of time. And that also brings up the point, Wasim, that when eventually all that goes through, and there is like shares out there and all that stuff. So if worst case scenario, if there isn't 10 billion synthetics out there, whether we like that reality or not, if there isn't, or something happened where they took care of that in some sinister way, that's a catastrophe at that point. If the yes goes through, then that means they would have so many shares to definitely make sure there will be no MOAs. However, there's still short positions that we know of, and that shorts that's on it right now, over 20% of the float is shorted. That at least that, when they have to close that, results in a run up. So either way, this is why my mind realistically says, and before I've said this, that whether yes or no votes goes through, either way, in my humble opinion, AMC is going to have a run up when shorts get to basically close up their positions, as buybacks or buying back in. That buying purchase basically makes the buying back those shares to close their positions, results in upward direction in the price of the AMC shares. Holy moly, look at that, guys. Who got in on some spy calls when I told them so just about 15-20 minutes ago, huh? That 413 is over. At that point, it was like it's definitely over 100%. The 412 calls are also about 48, yeah, about 60% profit. Varo Loco, what I meant is that AMC also saved us by diluting it and gave us a chance to keep fighting, also giving them a chance to survive. Playing victim is no bueno. Yeah, that's very fair point, brother. Which means AMC's board should remember that we got each other. They're retail investors, and then we help it. Like, they scratch our backs, we scratch their backs. Don't turn your backs on us now. Carlos, exactly. We're milking each other. Yeah, not scratching our backs. We're technically kind of like, yeah, milking each other's tits. Whoever made some money on those spy calls makes me very happy. I don't see anybody saying that they did. If you didn't, sorry you didn't listen to AB, because I'm not a financial advisor, obviously. But if you did, congrats. See what happened with AMC, or what's happening with AMC. $548. We're down. Not even. We're even now on the day. See Tesla a second. See Tesla right now, it needs to break the 213.91 level. It has to break that, because right now it retested that drop right there. Everything's pointing for downtrend, but in order for me to go ahead and buy puts, I need to make sure that they respect this resistance and don't go over it, and then I'll go long on puts on Tesla. That's when I will know my timing. We should have, when is the job report out? Isn't it today? Does anybody know? In here? Repo and reverse repo within the next 15, 25 minutes will be done. Looking at our tools, we can see we are improving in the labor sector. Yeah, it's a very strong market, as they say. Man, look at those SPY calls. Just beautiful. Good morning, AB. Nixie, how are you, brother? Well, good morning to you as well. It's afternoon officially for us. I don't want to be that that person that's very literal, but it's still like good morning, appreciate it. If the split happens, does my average go up 10x? No, the average stays the same. Average stays the same. Just mathematically, you'll see it'll be the same. So if you're down, let's say your average was $20, okay? And right now, theoretically, you're down like 150% on your position. After the reverse stock split, if it was a yes, it'll be 200. Your position is technically will be at 200, but you will be at from that point where the reverse stock split happens, your average will stay the same, but your percentages will also will reflect exactly the same. So your position will still be down 150%. What makes it tougher if the yes goes through is if the price drops tremendously from that point. So let's say it was at 50, okay? Hypothetically spitballing here. If the price after the yes vote goes to is 50 or 60, if it drops down to 20, or if they short it or sell, they create sell pressure and they drop it down to 20 or 15 or 30 bucks, then your position from as soon as the reverse stock split goes through in the conversion, you're still going to be down 150% on your position. But the further it falls from there, that's where you will be further less and less and more down. So like if they bring it down from 60 to 30, you have to incorporate the percentage and the change of that and then add it over to your 150% loss. Again, that's if your position was, your average was at $20 as I made that position. Hopefully that made any sense. If not, I can, we could go through extra, ways of explaining it, brother. Carlos, sell or hold after reverse stock split and conversion? Well, for me personally, while it's not financial advice, it's a hold regardless. Because while if the yes, in my humble opinion, if the yes goes through, kills, again, in my humble opinion, kills any ideology of MOAS talk, there's still gonna be positions that have to be closed because the company will technically not be on the forefront of bankruptcy anymore, which means I just have to readjust my way of thinking of AMC. This is just for me. When they close those short positions, it will cause a spike in the price, which means my window will be in that run up. How violent will the run up be? It won't be MOAS, in my humble opinion, run up if the yes goes through, but it will be good, very good enough for someone like in my position who have a bunch of shares that since literally 2020, I've just doing nothing but add more and add more and add more and add more. So even after if they do a reverse stock split or not, I'll still be good. Again, I was very good off of AMC back in 2021 in June. So obviously that does not justify me wanting to lose money. The game is to always make money in this sector. So either way, I'm holding through yes or no until that happens. When shorts start covering, if no is through, then I understand that I can be more greedy because they have to come through me and all of retail, you as well, to get shares to close their positions. But if the yes goes through, then I know that at that point instantly, they no longer have to go through just us to cover and get shares. They'll have a bunch of shares that got converted over from APE. And also, if they need more, they can use AMC in the name of dilution for paying down debt. They have 400 plus million that they will be able to issue if the yes goes through, and they would utilize those to cover the short positions as well. So either way, there is a run up imminent in my humble opinion. Again, it's just my opinion, not financial advice. So I'm holding either way. I'm not going to be one of the sore people who, and that either yes or no. And that's why I'm the biggest advocate against this whole mentality of if yes goes through, the no side will say I'm out. Or if the no goes through, then the yes side says is going out. Well, you're gonna go out at what? At a loss? Because at this evaluation for AMC, technically over 90% of the AMC community, retail, is in the red. So if that's how you want to go out, that's how you go out. No one can tell anybody what to do and what not to do. So like the most logical option, in my opinion, is to hold regardless. But expectations will change, of course. How to think about it. Hopefully that answers the question, brother. Very glad you got it, Nick. Thank you. Carlos, some believe it will be shorted back to 5. Anything is possible. If they do that, then the yes community will only have themselves to thank. And I don't think that it would necessarily be shorted necessarily just back to 5. If one thing they will do for sure, I know this, because if I was a short and I seen what they did, as I mentioned with AQR, they all loaded up prior to the issuance of APE in the pursuit of getting free APE issuance, which they all did. They all turned around after they got their APE shares and dumped all their AMC shares, helped creating sell pressure on AMC, which means it brought the price down. It wasn't necessarily just shorting AMC down. Not everything, if the price is going down, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's just being shorted. No, there will be some short, but most of that is selling pressure on the stock. So it's important to know the difference between this and that. Not everything, if the price is down, that means it's being shorted. Just selling pressure too. Most of it is selling pressure. So when that selling pressure happens, since we know that's what they did in the past after they got their APE shares, they dumped all their AMC shares. We know one thing, they want to bankrupt AMC, so they don't even have to do any bankrupt. They don't have to do any covering in general. That's their intentions as shorts, okay? So I can totally understand what they do and why they do what they do, because they want to, kill us so they can survive and they make money. And we do what we do because we want to survive and kill them and take their money. So it's understandable what each side is doing. So if AMC doesn't turn around and they fumble the ball and do dilution Once AMC, as soon as the conversion happens and the entities that got all their apes converted to AMC shares, they can go ahead and instantly start creating selling pressure with those shares in the pursuit of sending the price down, which they will do. And if they do that, as they did after they received their apes, once they get their new minted AMC shares, they'll drop the price. And when it's lower, AMC comes and adds more issues on the stock because they want to dilute again. They want to pay debt, right? And they're basically at that point coming in and unintentionally adding gas on the fire to make it even larger. And then the price goes down lower and lower. So at that point, if they ever have to do another dilution later, then we're going to be diluting what prices? After people, lost how many shares? Basically in the reverse stock split and the conversion. Carlos, I think 50 will be the new 5. Yeah, you can. Yes and no, in my humble opinion. I mean, once the conversion goes through, then yeah, that's spot on. But will it stay there? Not necessarily. Look at other companies that did it. Look at CEI, for example. It did a 50-to-1 reverse stock split. And while the dynamics are different between both companies, with AMC and that, but just look at the situation that happened here. They did a 50-to-1 reverse stock split, and they were up about from the pennies, from 50 cents to $5-6. Look where they at now. They're back to about roughly above $1. You see what I'm saying? So as soon as the reverse stock split and the conversion goes through, yes, that theory is correct. But will it hold? If they start dumping all their shares and they start selling, not necessarily shorting, just selling pressure, then the price will go down. But at that point, it will be, since they don't even have to borrow shares, they have the shares, they can dump them as sell pressure and they can short. I don't see them doing much of that because at the end of the day, they're already over leveraged on shorts on them. They're doing this so they can limit. The reverse stock split limits the blow from if I had to plot this out just looking forward now, okay? This is spitballing here. They're doing, like, this reverse stock split limits the blow that we deliver onto them. The conversion makes sure that there is availability for shares on the table for them so that they can have access to shares when it's time to cover, rather than having us greedy bastards holding our shares and they have no shares out there to look for, not from AMC, not from other institutes, because they already lent their shit out anyways, and then they only have to go through us to cover their shorts. They're going to get margined either way. So therefore, this, if it goes through, limits the blow with the reverse stock split that we could deliver to them, and in the same time with the conversion, they will have enough shares without having to come through us. So like what happened in, for example, January 2021, GME, when they had basically people with options like the Roaring Kitty and Wall Street Bets, and all of them exercising options, forcing the market maker and the brokers to go and buy shares. And eventually they couldn't because they were all over leveraged, specifically Robinhood. And then they took that buy button off. And because they just couldn't do any more of it. You could settle, but you can't buy anymore. So it was crazy times. So this could make sure that they would have an exit strategy without having to be obliterated out of the globe, or cease to exist. That's just my humble opinion on that matter. And again, I could be wrong, could be right. Time will tell. Either way, in both analogies that I mentioned, or all analogies, I'm pointing that there will be a run-up no matter what. With the no, the run-up is MOAS. With the yes, they'll have survival on the other side. And I think that's what the financial market needs, because technically AMC poses a national security threat. The amount of money and the over leverage and the corruption that's on it to pay down money on that thing, there's probably no cap on it. Especially with people with the evaluations of 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, whatever a share, thinking like that, and still holding for 3 years almost, lets them know that we're serious and we mean business, and that's scary to them. Let's see. Hopefully we, you know, we got a lot of that across. AV, what's up, brother? Hi, AV, great stream. I have an options question, please. Go right ahead, brother. Fire away. Carlos, do you think they can short it back down? Of course. What's to stop them? I think I answered that without even looking at that question just a little bit ago. Won't be their best idea, but why not? Personally, I feel whales will step in. If they do short, then they will just have way more synthetics to cover. Carlos, let me tell you something about whales. When you have wealth, okay? When you're at the point where you already have wealth, not trying to make it, have it already. The way of life becomes more about maintaining that wealth, not necessarily making more of it, because you already have what everybody theoretically in the materialistic world dreams of. You have it already. Now it's about keeping it, not losing it. You can always make more, but not losing it. So that's the key. So when whales come in, they're gonna obviously look for always sure investments. That's what they do. And when they see AMC does not look like no sure investment. And they do not think like retail when it comes to short squeeze ideas and all that stuff. They're not, again, their way of thinking is just completely different or wired different than the way that everybody else in the retail community or looking for MOAS is wired. MOAS to a whale is technically is literally like 20%. It could be 10, 20, 30% is like crazy ludicrous run up on their wealth. But losing 10 or 20% of their wealth, that is something that is a no bueno for them completely. And AMC poses a big, many gray areas and scary, shaky investment for them because you can see it in the fundamentals. And that's just, again, from a whale's perspective. They short it to 5, then they're not using the shares being diluted to close their positions, just like 2020 to now, when we had 52 million flow, now 517 million just in AMC. Yep. That's why most of it will not necessarily, as I mentioned earlier, is any like bringing down. This is why you see, okay, we're brought down to these evaluations, but what is the short interest? Theoretically, like the real short interest on the play, the reported one, not the one that we guess in the background. The reported one is just above 20%, which is high. It's high for normalities, for formalities purposes. It's high, but what does that mean if we're at these prices and only 20+% of the float is shorted? That means majority of this price action that brought us down to these levels has been sell pressure, not necessarily shorting pressure. It's a mixture. Let's see, what do we have here? AV, where can I find past options prices? Like we see past stock prices with the charts. I'd like to study the correlation between option price, IV trend, and stock price to learn how to buy calls and puts. Honestly, to that question, I mean, I've never looked for a place that has that. I just operate off of the, I just operate off of what I see in front of me on a daily basis. As far as for options, when something is cheap, it's cheap. You know it. When something is expensive, it also will reflect. But I totally understand if you're stepping into the options game and how it will be. I'm pretty sure you will find some site that will have those records, but I think that anything like that would have a cost. Because they know that to find that information, it costs moolah. They make money out of that. So I'm pretty sure you'll find something, site that will give you that. One thing I will say to make it easier for you, AV, is, for example, you got AMC, or let's say put AMC on the side because it's a touchy subject as far as with options. Look at Tesla. Wherever the price of the stock, if it's at its all-time low, that means their options are also going to be, the premiums on them, it's going to be on its all-time low as far as for calls. Now, if it's at an all-time low, that means the puts are going to be at their most expensive because obviously the price is in that direction. If it's at an all-time high, that means the calls will be very, 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 very high because the price action is very high. So it reflects on the calls. And the puts, the lower or the further out of the money, the cheaper they are. And that's just how it works. So you can get technically a relative idea on that question of the past, costs on calls and puts, theoretically through the price that the stock is at. So if you look at Tesla, and right now, let's say it's, let's say the all-time, their 52-week low is 101, and their 52-week high was, let's say, 300. Tesla being at 2-something, 202, 204, 205, that means you're technically, if you're going in, you're not gonna be buying any either puts or calls at a much bigger discount. You're right there just around the middle, closer to the high end on calls, and still close enough for the puts on the high side as well. So hopefully that answered that question, brother. P. Duke, do you think Adam Aaron has basically issued enough APE that he has the yes vote in the bag? Theoretically speaking, there's still, it's not out of the water. It's kind of like here's the best example, P. Duke. The yes is like, if it was a football game, the yes vote is the team that is up, and the no vote has the ball and has the opportunity to win the match, but there's only they're on the their own 40-yard line, and they only have about a minute left on the game clock. So they got to do some big plays and do their thing. And there's no timeouts left as well. So they got to spike the ball. They got to make sure they step out of bounds so they could get within range. That's where we at. So they're not necessarily out. That one last minute play, other team that is under, they're not done because there's still time on the clock. Which in our situation, the example I used here, if we convert that example, there's still obviously a lot of votes out there that it could turn the tide over for the no vote. They need more, but they have the favorability on their end. Pantera has to vote in favor of the vote. That's actually one of the conditions on that deal, is to vote for that for them, because it's a win-win for them. They bought the shares at 66 cents. If the vote goes through, they technically will get converted over. Even with the reverse stock split, again, it's only upside. The shares are going to be at a point, and they could easily turn around after that conversion and reverse stock split and dump the shares. It's an upside. The no goes through, look where APE is at. They could turn around and dump those APE shares also at these evaluations that we're at. From 66 cents to, theoretically, if they were to dump them today at $3, that's over 320% return on their investment. And that's what I was trying to get to earlier, Carlos, as far as whales and how they get in. They get in only on short steps and short investments. That's one of them right there. They prey on the good deal. That's not in favor for many, but it's definitely in favor of. Vado Loco, we still need over 700 million yes votes. Correct. I'm still going to vote no. Okay. It's a choice, brother. I'm still voting no. One of the biggest advocates about that. That's why I get a lot of shills for it. You're welcome, AV. Holy moly. Look what they did with the SPY. Ooh. Foot season is up on us. Hold on. Say that. See? Oh, wow. Yeah. Actually, I'm done. Next support for the SPY is at 408. Very close. Where we at now? Market maker making their money. And that was beautiful this morning. Making that money on those calls. Duke, thanks for your perspective, AB. It helps a lot. I'm a fellow Reds fan. Hopefully this is our year. Yeah, hopefully, man. Definitely praying for the best for the community, for the family. Vado Loco, I'm voting yes, but you won't ever see me disrespecting people for their decisions. I understand both sides. That's what it's all about. Kudos to you, brother. Like we said before, both sides need each other. If either side checks out, both sides lose. 100%. Thank you, Carlos. And let's see, where's AMC? Did they also radicalize the living hell out of it? Oh yeah, look at that. What is this? It must have been what, the jobs report? Well, that will eventually come out, and when it does, it's gonna be fireworks. There's nothing in the market except Tesla. Tesla is still up almost roughly 5% on the day. Everything else is bloody red. Let's see. On AMC, we are technically back to being even compared to the last 3 months movement. Down 41% on the year from where we were year to date. In the last month, we're still 39% at this point right here, roughly 40% in the green. So we're not necessarily doing any bad, but this is a very, very, very big point. Because look, even the crypto sector is taking a hemorrhage. And all of this is profits being taken from that previous pump that we just had. And this is why I was telling many people to wait to talk about the bull market and all that stuff, because we didn't break certain resistance levels. And this is normal. Every time we broke down, every time there was another pump, people came back and like, yes, this is it. This is the run. Not necessarily just for AMC, but for the across the market. You can't make those outlandish or suggestions or say until you have valid proof, which is breaking certain resistances to go up. Like if you follow the channel, you've heard me many times say, for example, for the SPY at 422 level, there's no reason for me to talk bull market or anything if that is obviously respected, and it was and it has been respected for this time being right now. And theoretically, we are still reacting time and time again. I will say this: we are reacting to 2022 Q4 numbers. We're not reacting to 2023 numbers yet. I don't know if I have it in me today, guys, to do all the way until 4 today. No sleep, only 3 hours sleep from yesterday. Good thing made my profits on my calls in the morning. But we will stick it out here for sure for another, I don't know, we'll see. Still good. It's almost 1. Carlos, will AMC be profitable this quarter? Yes. See, there is somebody who's thinking like AB. The thing is, I need to see this before we even talk about any votes, which is a terrible thing, in my humble opinion, about the board. How do you present such a big change in all over the company, basically for the whole company, as far as a reverse split and a conversion, before announcing your most recent up-to-date earnings. In my humble opinion, last quarter we were the consensus estimate was to be 20 at 25.25 EPS, and instead we actually beat those expectations to be 0.20. Let's think if with Avatar, and this was Q3. So when Q4 is reported, that was not without that was without Avatar and all the sales of Q4 and all that stuff, and vice versa, and all the merchandise sale for AMC and everything, which will be reported here in the next few weeks, unless AMC postpones it till after the vote. Then that's very cynical at that point. But I personally think that if we were at 0.20 EPS, we beat the expectations of the consensus. And I think that this quarter we either are break even. That's like best case scenario. We are at profitable point. I don't see it. I see it that we are anywhere close to breaking even or at breaking even. One of those two. And either of those two is very great. If that's the case, if this next earning comes out, and here's AB's way of looking at things. This next earnings come out and it's worse than the previous quarter, Q3, then that's a different way to obviously look and weigh out the whole thing about the play. Now, if it's better, that means we're gradually getting better and better. There's no need for me to vote for my company to do such a radical change in all the fundamentals of the company. I mean, it changes the company inside out with this whole thing on the table. So if it's getting close or it's getting better and better and better and better gradually, I mean, there you go. That shows that with movies getting better, that's not even counting popcorn being on shelves. That's not even counting the credit card deal and all other new ventures coming in. Then that changes the whole dynamic. Because ultimately, to me, the most important thing is not debt. The most important thing is profitability. You know, think of this other metaphor, guys. Here, I'm gonna throw another one at you. The money can be made from a human's perspective. As long as you're healthy and well and sound, you can always make money, no matter how much money you lose and how much or how broke you get or whatever. You can always, even if you have so many loans on you and debts, how many comeback stories have we always heard of? You know, put AMC on the side. Think of here, I'll speak of myself. There was points in my life where I literally had even like nothing but a ramen noodles packet, and I was sharing that with my brother just to make sure we get by. And we had so many loans on our shoulders, and yet I went out of that stage, and that was like back in those good old days. And I don't use it as look back at it as it was a dark time. No, it was actually I used them as stripes to wear on my shoulder. So those days were actually like, because I was healthy and sound and I was able to go ahead and power through, I was able to pay off all those debts. So eventually the company, what I'm trying to get to with this metaphor is the company has to show me through its earnings. If you're making money and you're not losing money constantly, then it's worth the investment, and it's much more important than the debt, because debt can be paid down. But not being profitable and paying down debt, that means you're going to make more debt. When will it stop? That's the question. You see what I'm saying? So it has to. That's the most important thing in AB's world. Again, everybody has their right to have their own opinions, but the most important thing is profitability. Everything else is on the side. Once we reach profitability and making money consistently, then I don't care. We can have a debt of 20 billion at that point. Eventually it will be paid off. And I'm willing to stick with AMC for however long it would take to pay down that debt. No problem. But if we have to pay debt and we're still losing money. What is this? So it's like kind of trying to fill up a water bottle that has a hole in the bottom. Yeah, we can fill it, but it's going to get empty. And water doesn't grow on trees. Let's see. Hopefully that made some sense, guys. Q3, Q4 2023 will be decisive. Yes, it will. They will. OPC beta. Ooh. Mr. Loco, stop by the space to call tomorrow. You should, brother. Loco is very intelligent. Everything is improbable. Nothing is impossible. Me. Nice one, brother. Yeah, hopefully you don't have copyrights on that, because I will use it. %, with you, AB. Man, that means the world to me coming from you, brother. Thank you. As I owe you. The Marine, Dave Style, AB Investments, house CEO of Laser and Toys. Very engaging and productive. Oh wow! Well, like I said, we're all brothers and sisters in this world, so it don't matter. You could have Lou on the space call, and I would be more than honored to join. It doesn't matter. And I'm not saying this as like Lou is my enemy or something. No, I don't have any. I have nothing but love for everybody in this world. Life is too short, and for all that madness and hate. But yeah, Skid, your analogies are on point. And I'll also tip the hat off for you, brother. Thank you. You honor me. Kind sir. Ah, there's Babes. I was wondering where she went. You left me all alone with the family. I'm still here, my love, just at the gym listening. Well, hopefully I made you pumped up to, do good instead of putting you to sleep. Carlos, bringing together others that are being naked short attack to make the market a more fair place. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. We need the GNS crowd, MMTLP people, unfortunately, for what happened with them. We need. Obviously, we are all that we got. Remember, guys, I say this a lot, and hopefully, it can make some sense. The reason why there is a 1% is because there's a 99% underneath it. Now that we got that across, in order for the 1% to keep that status, they need a 99% to be underneath them. And in order for that to happen, they have to do whatever it takes, because if that changes, then there will no longer be 1%. Now, for the 99%, that sounds like, yes, justice. We don't want no 1%. We want it to be 100%, which means anybody or anything can be anything at that point. That's what life is about. But again, goes back to beginning of time, where mankind just can't see or be content. People eat to get full. They don't eat to get by. And that's unfortunately, that's my metaphor on the way of thinking of how mankind always wants more than what they justifiably need to get by in life. Sleep, because this thing's gonna be it. Use it. Thank you, sir. Now I got permission. I'll definitely use it. How's it going, Sam? Houston Wade or Boss Blunts? From what perspective? From for one, I don't know. I don't know Houston Wade much. I've heard of the guy. I've seen maybe bits and pieces of him. I guess again, I don't know him much. Um, and as far as for Boss Blunts, I just don't have the best of history with the guy. So best of luck to both. Houston is against Wade. That's a good one. Carlos, poison. Too much of anything. Yep. And you guys believe even this, the essence of humanity and life, one of the main essence of life, water. Too much of it could poison you. That's just to your point, Carlos. Houston Wade is against. Oh, not he. He's against AMC. Oh, I don't know. Again, I don't watch or see anything or much of the guy. Is he like a Moran's Rants? I don't see much of that guy either. But from what I hear from the general sentiment of the community is that these guys are like the Morants. He's technically not a. He's always against AMC. Nick C. AB, if reverse split happens and Adam Aaron pays off all the debt right away, then it would be a good play. Do you agree? Oh my God. Here's the thing. That would be unconventional to the max. Paying down over $4 or $5 billion, that means he diluted astronomical amounts of shares. I mean, again, that means he issued so many as well. Now, would it mean it's a good play? In my humble opinion, not yet. We have to get to profitability. Again, no company will do such a radical, crazy move like this, where they would sell, like, you know how much, like, crazy amounts of dilution to make that money, and then do what with it? Pay down all the debt, and if we're still not making profitability, if we're not making money, then only to incur more debt. Remember, institutions and whales only look for two things. A sure investment, that's the first. But how do they get that sure investment? It's in two ways. One, like Antera, get something on a discount deal like no other, like they received on APE. That's one way. Two, go into plays that even if the worst case scenario happens, is sure to make money, or at least keep the money, because for them it's about maintaining their wealth, not necessarily just only making more of it. Nobody says no to making more money, but when you're at that point and you got millions and billions of dollars, it's about maintaining that wealth. Losing 20% of $1 billion, that's a big grip. That's losing $200 million. That's big. So if for example, if AB was a billionaire, it's about protecting that billion, not perhaps like lose that billion in the pursuit of making more billions, you know? Because theoretically, at that billion, I can buy anything in this world, whatever materialistically everybody dreams of, you know? Sam, they both are shillers, so none of the above was the answer. Yeah, again, I don't. One, like I said, I don't know. The other one, which is that Houston Wade guy, the other one is just I've had, like, a terrible past with, and I don't think personally. Again, this is just my humble opinion, that he has the best interest of the community at heart. Oh, Houston Wade is a GME elitist. See, that's the thing that bothers me the most. Like, these people, like, I don't know how the stock market, like, if you were in the market before 2020, you would know that there's never ever been such a mindset. Like, elitist to what? Like, let's say, you know what? Put GME and AMC on the side. Let's say I'm investing in Tesla, and theoretically, you would think that because Tesla, Musk, and Bezos are fighting to be the richest man in the world, That means from here comes me, who have nothing to do with their status. Those two men, it's just between them. Here comes me and say, oh no, I like Tesla more because I like Musk more than Bezos. Like that has no place in the investing world. Like this is crazy what the meme mania have brought into the investing world. Like some really, really, really funny, empathetic mindsets. Like if you can make money on GME and you can make money on AMC and you can make money on Sandal and you can make money on Tesla and Amazon, who cares what your biased opinion is? If you're it's business, you're trading here. It's not about what you like. It's about what the reality is and what. Otherwise, why are you in the stock market? You know what I'm saying? That's just my not to anybody in here. That's just me addressing these minds, these elitists or whatever. There's no such space for such mindsets. Literally, there like it baffles me to see how like that. What in the stock market? This is not a like this is not a national football league where oh no, I'm biased to the Green Bay Packers because that's just my favorite team. That's understandable, but nobody's getting paid. Like they're not the Packers are not paying me to support them. I'm paying and investing and buying their merchandise. In fact, it's the other way around. But that's fine because that's a different realm. Now, in the investing world, I'm here to make money. Who comes to the investing world just so they could pass money around to companies and other traders or other people? And that means you're in the stock market for the wrong reasons. Elitists, like that's just so crazy. Is that there's space for such mindsets? Clearly, those mindsets who do that are trying to reach a certain crowd, in my humble opinion. Like the elitists, whether in AMC or GME or other stocks or other communities, from a content creator's perspective, those people who play that card, they're just basically trying to appeal to the community of that stock so that they could get their following and whatever their purpose needs will be solved in that way. Carlos? What will happen to all ape he doesn't issue? He could issue somewhere around 4 billion. How much has he already issued? What we have already about 900, almost a billion, 986 million, something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it's in that ballpark. Uh, but if the reverse split goes through and the conversion there, then there will be no need to issue any of that. We will be thinking of the 400 million, which theoretically, if you do the reverse stock split on 4 billion, that's what they're issuing with that 400 plus million shares possibility then. So it kind of, balances out. Carlos, hit that like button. Yeah, this live will much love, brother. You humble me. Thank you so much for the support. To you and to everyone else. Kid, you look very young. Oh, that's a big compliment. Thank you, sir. Yet you are wise beyond your years. The greatest vibes from your channel. Thank you, sir. I am 34 years young. So I don't know. I feel like 50 though. And all that comes from experiences and things that I've been through. Oh man, only if you guys could imagine. I'm pretty sure everybody's got a story, many stories, and many ups and downs on lives. But literally, like I can speak on mine, and there hasn't been a stone, almost just about, that has not been unturned in my world. So I speak based on basically experience of the past. But thank you for the compliment, and thank you for the statement. It's very kind of you, sir. Speaks a lot about the individual you are. Mr. Loco, It should always be trade, invest in the market, don't get married to the market. Absolutely. There we go. There's no space for no elitists. Kids, kid. Well, I don't know what it's like to be to feel like 50 for sure, but if you it's good to be 50 and feel like 50. It's not good to be 34 and feel like 50, right? You see what I'm saying? And it's even better to be 50 and feel like 34. That's the best case scenario right there, right? Nixie, I could see AMC running to 2K, but not 20K a share. I'm assuming that's what you were finishing out in that sentence. Again, hey, um, it's hard to put any price targets or like, back when you guys remember when the whole thing of brackets and how to bracketology and all that stuff was happening. Um, I don't know when most of you guys have been in, how long you've been in the movement. But yeah, when that talk was happening, one thing about that is how can you put a price on something that you don't know the background story of, or like what's the merchandise? So for example, here comes you try to buy my business, okay? Or any entity when it wants to buy a business. My restaurant, I'm putting it out for sale. Let's say I priced my restaurant put it on the market for $100,000, okay? Now, any of you, let's say you guys are interested buyers, when you come in, you're not just going to be like, look from the outside. I like the sign. I like the name. I like the food you serve. Okay, here's $100,000, right? That's not what you're going to do. If that's what you're going to do, then I'll be the number one person to tell you, here's something to learn. Of course, that's not what anybody would do. What they will do is first look at your finances. They need to look at the books. They need to look on what's in the back. What you do, what have you done for the last year to evaluate you and give you an evaluation based on your production, based on your location, based on how long you've been, your name, if it's a brand, how sturdy is your operation, all that goes into perspective. But the most important part of the evaluation perspective comes in the paperwork and the finances and how much you making and how much you're losing in the background. Because everybody would love to sell something for what they want to sell it for. But is it truly worth that? So turning that over to AMC, how can anybody put a bracket or a number on something when we technically don't know truly the amount, if there is any synthetics in the background? I have to say if, because again, it's hypothetical and I'm obviously on air. So therefore, since it's not theoretically still found, we can't say it's there. So as much as I believe and know that it's there, personally, it's still hypothetical. We don't know the number. It could be 2 billion. It could be 10 billion. It could be 20. It could be far more than that. It could be far less. And based on those numbers, then you could have if there's like 10 plus billion, especially naked shorts, not just synthetics, because synthetics and naked shorts are two different things. But let's say there's 10 billion naked shorts and like 15 billion freaking synthetics, hypothetically, spitballing here. Then 2K is actually an underestimate. Literally, point blank. So it's all about figuring out what's in the background, what we have to deal with. And that's why the other side, it's the last thing that they will ever let happen is for such numbers to get out, like to get leaked out. We need some sort of Beaver Vendetta hero to have a WikiLeaks moment and somehow hack and whatever, do something and figure out how many synthetics or naked shorts are on this thing, and leak it out to the public. Because if that goes out, then, and we know how much is in the background or what's underneath the hood, then we can estimate, we can know at that point how bad is this situation and how good is it for us in those terms. So yeah, hopefully that answers that. Try putting brackets on it after the reverse stock split. Yeah, I still can't even then. Like we still need to know what's in the background. That's one thing that I don't think we'll find out because the process is going to play itself out. So the easiest thing to do at that point, in my humble opinion, is look out for yourself, as you always should. Look out for yourself. Don't dream about what could. Go with what you need and what you have and what is best for you. You know, there's also another saying, I'd rather have one bird in my grasp than 10 on the tree, you know? So if you could capture all 10, yeah, of course you would love to have all 10. It's an analogy they use in a different language. So it makes more sense in a different language. But if you have an option or a chance to capture 10 birds, yeah, you have 10 birds. That's much more than one. But if you already have one in your hand or within your grasp, it's much better to have one than the possibility of having 10 that ends up being on the tree and then you have none, right? Come here. Come here. This is the third time that this little hairball comes to try to get some attention. Come on, I got you. Want to come up here? Say hi to everybody on the stream? Come on. Say hi. This is Bella. Believe it or not, guys, she's over 13 years old. That's pretty nice for a cat, right? Want to say meow? Say hi. All right, back down you go. I'll get used to it. Thank you. Come again. AMC to 1 million. Yes, let's do it. We need a whistleblower. Yeah. 100%. Where is our Zorro? And we're getting hammered on. Yeah. Tesla still doing its thing. It's holding up pretty strong. The SPY and the major indexes is trying to rebound. And there's a very interesting thing about that. And this plays, believe it or not, indirectly into our play. Check this out. So the major indexes and the SPY, when you think about why does AB say that they indirectly also affect our play? Because the lower and the more red this goes into, where is most of these major institutes and corporations invested in? The major indexes like the S&P 500, the Dow, that reflects on the basket of stocks or the companies that they're in. So that's in them. Sorry. So when these things drop, that means for us indirectly that whoever is short on us, they're getting squeezed out, not necessarily just from us, but they're getting squeezed out from the other side. So imagine that they're here. This is AB, and both walls from both sides are caving in. And in fact, in this case, let's make a better example. All four walls around me in this room are caving in. And sorry, we'll make it another one. 6. Top, bottom, side, back and forth. From all angles, it's caving in on me. And eventually I get margin called for my short positions and such, either AMC or GME or any other position. because I'm getting caved in. So it's important. This is where the plunge protection team comes in. It's important for them to have such an entity or to have these major indexes to be relatively above water so that they don't get in margin called or indirectly because their other positions throughout the market are getting dwindled. Like if they're invested in Microsoft and that's being hemorrhaged, and most of institutes are invested in S&P 500 companies. That's where majority of their investments are, including hedge funds. So if they're short here, AMC, here, GME, all that, and they have long positions in S&P 500 companies, and as you can see, the major index gets hemorrhaged. Like, let's say if it was to drop 2-3%, which is crazy, right? Actually, after 3%, they get a 15-minute halt. If a major index drops that fast, like 3%, that's huge in one trading session. So if they get hemorrhage from that side, they can indirectly get margin called for their short positions in AMC. And hopefully what I just said made a lot of sense to everybody that's in the live, or perhaps watch this later. So that explains why you see this, that yeah, it's a drop everywhere, it looks really bloody and everything, but the major indexes are taking a hit, but not that big of a hit. There's a cynical or insidious reason for the other side to why they don't let it drop like crazy, because it will screw them up there, and then eventually it would screw them up on the other end, which is with EMC, other short positions, because once they're margin called, they're done. Let's see. Still see that Nick C. We need a whistleblower. I keep thinking of that Florida song. Blow my whistle, baby, whistle, baby. You could tell that I'm a millennial, right? Let's look at AMC. After the double bottom that we had yesterday, we reached our target. We did. That was the fourth, and now we're finishing out that fifth wave before we do an ABC. And then to start a new one, tomorrow we'll be doing the ABC for next week. Christopher Santos. Hey, what's up, brother? Yes, but now they have to get margin called before they take our shares. Well, yeah. It comes back down to us to make sure that that happens. And again, we'll see. Again, at the end of the day, it's going to always be a sensitive topic as far as this, because the topic of the reverse stock split and the yes and the no is like, there's so many possibilities of things to come out of them. It's so hard to bottle it all up in one side. So it's very, 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 very crazy. That's why I've in my humble opinion, I said that either way there will be a run up regardless. In either, if this happens, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to set yourself up for success. No one owes anybody anything. No one. So do what makes best for your family and for your loved ones and for yourself, and leave the rest to the Almighty. Nixie, AB, what do you think about the stock market overall? Do you see a market crash? So yes and no. And I was one of the biggest yeses. And why am I still yes? The market crash is there, but what clearly from the actions of the feds and the treasury and the entire government is what they're doing is that they're trying their best, and that's what they're trying to do here with repo and reverse repo for over 2 years, over $1 trillion a day. It never ever happened besides the record levels that it's at. What they're clearly trying to do is make sure that when we land, even with a crash, it's in baby steps. So, for example, let's say the crash will happen, but it won't necessarily happen, in my humble opinion, like in an overnight kind of thing, like a 2008. They don't want another one of those, you know? It's going to be gradual and kind of stair step, like you've seen in the past 2022. In that past year, we were stair stepping back from 2021 highs, which was the bull year of all bull years. So 2022 was stair step. We could have easily had the bull year 2021 and then just crashed 2022. But instead, we were there. They got us to stair step, and they could do that through allocating, inflating, and deflating the economy as they see fit. And I've shared before that one of the biggest people that was against that, that was like literally about 300 years ago, was the president Thomas Jefferson, who said in one of his quotes that if the people give the power to private banks to issue currency, then eventually their children will be left homeless on the uh, beaches of the land that their forefathers have co-founded, or you could say conquered or took. But nevertheless, again, that's a different topic. But nevertheless, that's what the guy said. And do we see that come to fruition? 100,000%. That's what's happening right now. After 1912, which in 1913, roughly about 100 years ago, exactly, actually, no, 110 years ago, that's when the Federal Reserve Act was actually put in motion. And there was many people that were going against it. And the best picture to share that was this. Here, I'll even share that. I'll look at it and share it. Excuse me. At this. I know you guys are like, what the hell is this? This is what was made. Wait for it to load up. This is how they described it then, and they were spot on. But if the thing want to open up, open in a new window, that would be better. Yep. Can you guys see it large enough on this page? That's what that was what the basically they called it the Aldrich plan. And back then, that's what they described it as. Here's the Federal Reserve. This is the New York Stock Market Exchange, and on Wall Street. You see, does it resemble something that has happened 110 years later? I think, in my opinion, is spot on. You got the tentacles. Look at that, affecting the White House, U.S. Capitol, U.S. Treasury. Leaks down from it sucks all the blood out of the stock market, but basically it feeds off of all of this. You got the factory here, you got the farm, and you obviously got their banks, which is why they have about 15 central banks. This was back then, and there's someone who showed this. Oh, actually, you guys, I don't think you guys can see this page. Sorry, I'll share it right now because I opened up a new window. There it is. So you see, 110 years later, guys, this is so spot on to today's world and the situation that we're in today. Can you guys see this in a full screen capacity or perspective? Yep. Now it's popping up. I see it on my end, so I'm pretty sure you can see it. But that's the Federal Reserve. Look, this was over 110 years ago. This is the New York stock market, Federal Reserve. And then it has its tentacles all around the White House, the U.S. Capitol, as I said, the U.S. Treasury, and with its 15 central banks and the private banks. And then you got the farm and the factory, basically wrapping its tentacles around the whole entire economy. And this was another interesting image of the new version of that, the updated version of the 1910. Right there. Control Alt Print. Rockefellers, Rothschild, Morgan. This is for all of you. By the way, guys, this is for all of you conspiracy theorists, lovers out there. I mean, again, conspiracy theorist was invented, that term conspiracy was invented in the 70s to discredit people, even if they're correct about something. This is true right here. Guys, are we seeing it today? Damn right we're seeing it today. But specifically Morgan played such a huge part in making the Federal Reserve become what it is that we see today, or come into fruition. Crazy, right? The modern octopus. Got the arm right there. The library arm at Main Street. Enough of the vampire octopus. Where are we at? Hopefully all that answered that question, Nick. Maybe a little more than you bargained for, brother? See? The good thing about this new streaming service is that I got with this Streamlabs thing is I actually can start sending links for collaborations instead of just linking the Discord over. Uh, so soon I will be looking to do some collaborations with some people just to hear points of perspectives here and there, or do some co-work with some people. Carlos, is Adam Air in a plant? That's gonna be a never. That's never gonna be a satisfied question. That makes any sense. You're always gonna have this side that says yes, and you're always gonna have this side that's gonna say no. The only people that can answer are himself or his own family that lives around him at all times. Now, if I was to look at his actions and all that stuff, again, anything can be justified. Even the worst of his actions, he can justify in the name of either a fundamental reason for the company or anything that protects him from the bylaws. So there is no pinpoint here. Doesn't matter what I feel or any of us feel. At the end of the day, he he will do his best to, obviously, even if he is a plant, he's gonna, whatever he does is gonna be to his best of his ability to make sure that he doesn't get sued or implemented. So he's gonna dance around those lines. If he's not, then he has nothing to obviously worry about, and uh, he will make sure, as like I said, he will keep protecting himself. Think of it from this perspective. What does he have to gain from? Sorry, I think there's like a crazy winds outside, so I just heard them. Something fell over and broke. But if what does he have? Think of it from this perspective to make your own personal decision here on this one. What does he have to gain by being on our side, and what does he have to gain by being on the other side? And wherever your imagination goes, whatever the answer is, uh, there you go. There's your answer. Thoughts on GTII hiring Wes Christian? Um, Here's my thoughts on that. It's it's like having like a company who's basically screwed. Okay, what else can they basically do? I mean, it's better to do that than to do nothing. You see what I'm saying? So like, I'm in favor of what they're doing because they're technically are getting hammered and hammered and hammered, and they shouldn't rightfully be getting hammered the way that they are. And some can make the case for us as well for that. But again, now it's a different kind of battle. Those battles are not solved in 2 months or in 1 month. You go to that kind of battle, to those kind of courts with these kind of lawyers, you're talking about years for in litigation until you come to either a settlement or further down the line, if both sides feel like they can, no, they don't want to do any settlement or any of that, then it will even be dragged on for further, even more years down the line. In that case, the number one beneficiary of such case is Wes Christian. People think that, and I totally understand why he's out there making these interviews and saying with the GNS CEO and with the many other ones and saying like, yeah, this is wrong and all that. What is he doing? What do you think he's doing there? Do you think he really truly cares about the financial markets and all that? Of course, he can speak in the name of that, but truthfully, he's creating business for himself. He's creating a market. He benefits from that because if even if it takes the longer it takes, he's being paid. No lawyer does it for free. Has he? If he came out and said, you know what, in the name of financial freedom and financial justice and market manipulation eradication, I am going to do this and I will declare here a war on all praying companies and illegal shorts, and I'm going to do this at my own expense. Anybody who wants my services, hit me up. He was to say something like that, like a revolutionary soldier, then yes, I would be all for the guy and all that. But nobody does anything for free, right? So I can't even hold that against him, honestly. But of course, he's gonna have to hype it up more so that there can be a market for his talents. If that makes any sense. So they can hire if they have. I mean, at the end of the day, if they reach a settlement years later down the line, will they have their investors still being on board 3, 4, 5 years later? The company is there to stay, so they're good. The lawyer gets to make money. Doesn't matter how long it takes. The more, the merrier. Who loses here? The investors. And not to be you know, like again, the barrier of bad news to people. But again, that's the great scope of things. You think about benefits and you think about the world in this sense, then you'll totally understand what I mean by every word that I said. Um, benefit, company benefits, either way, if they reach a settlement with anything, they get money. If they don't reach a settlement and they win, they get money. Lawyer, he has a case, that means he's getting paid, so he makes money. If it goes for a long time, he makes more money. If it goes short time, he still made money. Investor, retail investor, however, if it goes into litigation and it gets yanked off the stock market for 2, 3, 4 years, so will their investment be on pause, on hold? How long can they last? Will they be able to stay there? No, now by force they have to stay there. You see what I'm saying? And unfortunately, all these parties know that. They know that reality. And that's what makes it even more cynical, in my opinion. Hopefully that answers it, brother. Nixie, I just can't see if a group of people came to save my company job and I turn my back on them. Well, that's the thing, Nick. It's not. It's not their company. Like for example, AMC is not Adam Aaron's company. Adam Aaron is an employee of the company, the highest officer of the company, but he's not the owner of the company. So see what I'm saying? If you think about it, if you shift the thought and see that eventually when Adam Aaron retires, somebody else is going to come and direct the ship. He's going to be like, I did this, I did this, I did that. He was a GM. I remember for the 76ers back when he had a stint in the NBA and many other endeavors in the past in his life. You know, obviously he's a grown guy, a man, and elderly man. So he did many things, but he don't own any of them. Now, if AMC was owned by Adam Aaron, and yes, he owns a lot of shares in AMC, but at any given time, you saw he diversified it. Look, the difference between Adam Aaron and you'll see why Tesla is the way that it is because Musk actually owns the company. So therefore, he does what he does for Tesla, and he is much more aggressive because it directly impacts him for good, unless he sells the company. So that's the difference here. AMC, or even with GME or any of those, all the dynamics are different. Tesla and Bezos, you see like Bezos and Musk, they both own their companies, most of their companies' shares. So therefore, it's important for them what happens with the company on a different level. Then when you see what happens with, for example, our CEO of AMC or the CEO of GTII or any of them, because at the end of the day, life moves on for them after. They're not married to the company. They are working for the company. Carlos, thanks for your input. I appreciate it. You have good points to bring to the table. I appreciate you, brother. So do all of you. That's why we're family. Much love to you, Carlos. That's why we shouldn't be attacking Adam Aaron so much, but their owners, they are the ones who decide last. That is 100% correct, Mr. Varoloco. Yep. Thank you for that support. It's definitely 100%. It's like coming to one of my employees at the restaurant that I own, and or for example to the GM at the restaurant, and saying, you're diluting the sandwiches and you're diluting the food, and all this stuff. And it's like for him, it's like, okay, I'm getting paid for this job. If I get fired tomorrow, or if I retire tomorrow, the business either way is not for me. It's the owner that owns the business. So I'm gonna do the best of my ability, or I can either to harm the business or to rightfully earn my pay. So, you know, we have bad and good people all over the place. How do you know good or bad? You have to be around them. You have to see the experiences, live around them, to know them in personally, on a personal level, to know exactly what they do and who they are. But ultimately, if I give the restaurant employees, including the GM, an executive order, and I tell them, hey, from now on, instead of putting 2 spoons of sour cream in on sandwiches, from now on, just put 1. You can't come and get mad at the GM for that. He's just following orders at that point. Now, if I say 2, leave it the same, and then the GM only goes and acts accordingly on their own, and they start doing just 1 just because they don't want to work, and they, you know, then that affects his job at that point. When it comes to my attention because it's harming my restaurant, then I can come in and fire him and say, hey, you're hurting the business. I'm letting you go. Nick C, I don't support disrespecting Adam Aaron. Maybe I am just old school. No, you're just raised right, brother. There's no old school or young school, you know, or young bloods in this world. You're either raised properly or you're not. You have values or ethics or you don't. There's no age for that. Uh, Everyone should always be treated with respect, especially when there are elders as well. You know, there's a saying in a different language: "He who's 1 day older than me." Literally, look at that statement. He who's 1 day older than me is thousands of years older than me. And what they're trying to get to with that statement is, or the wisdom behind it, is that because they spent more time on earth, they have more experiences. They don't necessarily need to be smarter than you. They don't necessarily need to be dumber than you or any of that. But they have lived longer, which means they have experienced more just by default on this planet. Look at this. We got Mr. Rokaz in the house. We as retail investors are the majority holders of AMC. So we are the owners, but we can't come together as a whole to make the changes that need to be implemented. That's a very good statement, Jeffrey. That's spot on, actually. Um, and the reason why we can't come together is, one, is because all the minds are different. That's one. And two, everybody has different dynamics in their investment. So, for example, the person who has 50,000 shares is thinking about this whole thing completely from a different perspective than a person who's holding 500 shares or 1,000 shares or 200 shares. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, by default, the person with 50,000 shares is automatically going to be on a cross, like on an intersecting cross with the people that have the, for example, the guy that has 100 or 200 or 500 shares. You see what I'm saying? Different interests. Now, the thing is, if both can realize that, hey, the 500 shares person can look at the one with the 50,000 and say, I don't need to look at what you have. I'm content with what I have. And the 50,000 shares person can think of the 500 shares person, because there's many more of 500 shares person and many less of 50,000 share people out there. That's just how it is. So if this guy can think of this guy, seeing how important this guy is to him, or the likes of this guy to him, and if this guy can say, hey, I don't need to look at that person, see what he have and wish that I have it. Because it's just, if you look away from the stock market and look in real life, you know, any person who don't have as much finances or as much money will always look at a rich person and say, I wish I had his money. I would do this. That's a terrible way of looking, because at the end of the day, if your wealth is materialistic, then you're individually very, 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 very poor. You know, you lose money, you lost nothing. You lose health, you lost something. You lose your character, you lost everything. In Cashman, 1 day we will look back at these red days and remember how we felt. Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to those days right now. They're great, great right about now. That's what the human mind always says, right? Great point. And Cashman, exactly. No age for respect. Thank you. Absolutely correct. Carlos, the golden rule. Excuse me, just for one moment, family. I need to use the restroom. I haven't gotten up from this chair since we started live this morning. I just need to grab some water and I need to use the restroom real quick. BRB. People, I'm back. We wish we bought at these prices 100%. That was relieving. Let's see. In Cashman, right, Carlos, I buy here and there when I can. But it seems like when I buy at 5, it goes down $2 or $3. Well, and like crap. It's okay when it's all like said and done, and if it goes to the levels that we're thinking of, then all these $2-3 things are gonna be very not like they're gonna be very laughable, as you guys mentioned just a little bit. XC AB, if reverse split happens and Adam Aaron do another reverse uh, back or okay to the original. You mean okay? So reverse stock split, then a forward stock split. Yeah, I mean they can, but with what? This is what probably why they have those shares to issue up to that 400 plus million that they can issue. They can have this 500 plus million float back by theoretically after we drop to if we go through with the yes and the reverse stock split happens, we would have around 144 million, I believe, somewhere around that range of a float after conversion and reverse stock split. Now, if they go ahead and issue the other 400 and plus million, then We were right back where we started. Of course, not a big fan of that ideology or this split in general, personally. But yes, that theoretically can happen that way. Right there with you. In Cashman, Adam Aaron is going to start selling movie seats at different prices like concerts. Uh, do I don't think do I don't think that will go too smooth. Um, it's it's well, here's the thing about that. So I know some actors came out and people are speaking up on it and everything, and I understand it might sound like terrible and all that. I'm a little bit on the other side on it. More like it's whenever I go to a movie theater, whenever I go to AMC, I have always an issue with people taking seats that are not even their seats and all that kind of stuff. So there's a big no order that happens there. People who would reserve seats, especially for a very big movie that drops out and you got tickets in ahead of time. Suddenly you go there and now you're faced with that situation where you're like, hey, sorry, you got my seats. You have to be that person at that point because you don't want to go sit directly right in the front, like right in front of the screen where you go blind. So I'm a big fan of something like this, just by default, and here's why. It could be, again, the reason why I'm a fan of it is because it helps improve the fundamentals of AMC directly. So therefore, as an investor in AMC, anything that benefits AMC is directly in my benefit. So I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? Um, Now, from a general perspective, like the consensus and like the thought and as far as like how if it's right, morally correct or wrong, um, look at planes. Why are people not making a problem about that? Planes have first class, economy, coach, luggage class in some cases. Why they don't make a big problem about that? We're boarding the same flight, right? So I'm for that. I'm all on that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have any problem with it. I think if it's since I'm invested in AMC, it's in my best interest. That anything that helps it, I'm all for it. Let's see. What else do we have? DB Tavares. What's up, brother? Nice to see you in here. AB, yesterday you mentioned CCI. What are your thoughts on ARC? Um, I haven't done all my due diligence, honestly, on the company much. CCI is just personally my personal favorite. But I can get back at you after I see, like, either financials, their history, see what their, like, their bread and butter really lies in. So I can get to that. And most likely I could see something real quick if you give me just a moment. As soon as I saw that word, I already knew it was good stuff. They invest in secured loans right there. Like as soon as I saw that, I already automatically was like, oh, yep, They're basically getting into something that is self-protected no matter what happens within the market. They will be good because if somebody defaults, they got collateral. That's what a secured loan is. I give you this, and if you can't pay it, I'll take that from you because you give me some collateral. So the bread and butter of the business is a plus for them personally. So that's a pretty good thing. Now, as far as what they do, as far as for dividends or any of that, I haven't done obviously any of that. That was just face value, giving you just face value. So yeah, they're in a good business for sure. Humble opinion. Let's see, what do we have here? Carlos said, I think that is how Europe does it. I think I've heard something about that. Yeah, I think in Europe they started doing that in Europe, like back in was it like in the beginning of 2022 or the end of 2021, something like that. I think. Mr. Loco says paying $2 more for a better seat doesn't bother me. Yeah, it either way for me as well because at the end of the day, again, they use that model in everything. We live in a capitalist world in this country. Okay, if we were somewhere else, maybe different because everything else will be made different. Everything else will be combined different. The dynamics will be different. But since we live in a capitalist world, that's the blueprint in almost just about every industry. Look at amusement parks. Whenever I go to the amusement park, you have a gold pass. Okay, good. You can get ahead of the line of everybody else. You have a regular pass. Okay, wait in line, and the line is like all the way to freaking Mars, to the moon. But if you have a gold pass, you paid more. You go ahead. You could come off the ride, and come right back into it. Now, uh, like morally, I don't like it. But the world that we live in this country here, that's the world that that's how it's structured. It's structured on those bases. So in every business now, when it comes to AMC finally catching up with the 21st century, it becomes a problem to the world because I've seen some article that said something about, oh, AMC is trying to reward the rich and punish the poor, and that's wrong. What you if that's the case, then go to all the airlines, to Delta, and say, hey, you're punishing the poor by giving them if they paid less, they sit in normal in coach class, economy class instead of the rich. You're rewarding them. They're getting comfortable, longer seats between the legs, cushions. If you look at United Emirates Airlines, shit, you have a bed and even a bath in your thing, but at a cost because all that stuff costs. It does. So, and if you go to, like I said, amusement park, pay more. You get to access faster rides, faster, get in line, and you can like come in quicker. So you're paying more for that convenience. You don't care about waiting in rides. You don't care about, coming right off the line and the ride and going right back into it. Again, then you don't have to pay that extra money. So I think personally, from my perspective, humbly and respectfully to all opinions out there, it's not rewarding anyone because even the rich is paying, right? If it's a reward, normally it comes at no cost. A reward comes at zero cost. So if I'm rewarding a rich over the poor, if I was the rewarded entity here, then I would be giving the rich, because of their elite status, I would, materialistically speaking, I would be giving them those rights to these things just because they are who they are. But they're not rewarding them because they're charging more. So yes, maybe this millionaire or billionaire might have a lot from where that came from, but still they're paying more for that ticket. And one thing I do know about the materialistically very rich people is that they care more about the dollar than the people who don't have it. They're much cheaper. And that's why you see how the setup of the world that we live in is the way that it is. So there's not necessarily a reward or a punishment to somebody, because if it's a punishment to somebody, then you, you're not getting anything in general. You're both people are coming to pay, rich or poor. They're both coming to pay. This one is paying more, so it's not a reward. If it's a reward, it'll just be given for free for the same price, just because of their uh, financial status in this world. So yeah, I don't see too much into it. I think that people are going to blow it out of proportion. Um, so that's where I am with it, respectfully. Hello to you too as well. Hopefully you had a great shift at work, Tavares. Carlos, I'll pay $2 less to go watch a movie. I probably wouldn't have if it was $2 more also. Yep. Christopher Santos, I keep selling my Tesla. And every time I look back, it keeps going up more. Well, one thing to ease your pain, brother, is that nobody, nobody can exactly time and pinpoint the top at anything. Best thing you can do is make sure that you're in the green. So you can't be upset if you're in the green, but you definitely can be upset if you sell loss. The stocks or the stock market is not going anywhere. It will be here even long after we're gone. Yes, we can reserve seats that they have that are ready at the same price. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a shame they don't have any AMC locations close to Sacramento. Like, see, so it's possible that Adam Aaron can do a reverse split, pay for debt, and then do a forward stock split. Hmm. Yeah, it's very possible. Um, Again, hypothetically speaking, yeah, our local, more money for our company. Exactly, AB. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like whatever helps AMC directly or indirectly helps anybody who's invested in AMC. And at the end of the day, if people want to watch the movie, they can go watch the movie. You know, it's they have to watch the movie regardless. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Well, much appreciated to you as well, brother. What happened to the FTX AMC token? Gone, completely evaporated. Now they're talking about how they can structure the bail and how they can look out like moving forward with that Sam Friedman guy. So basically, looking like he's not even gonna get no Bernie Madoff situation, where we all know what happened with Madoff. He was rotting in prison and eventually died in prison, and his all his family even passed away. Like his kids died before, which was, in my humble opinion, I think that was like tougher than him dying himself. You know, no parent should see their kid, like that's just crazy. No parent should see their kid dying before. You know, it's just not in the order of um, life. But anyways, the guy is not even facing something like that after he's basically cost millions of people billions of dollars. There, like the guy looks like he could get out on bail. And what makes it more sickening is the fact that he was the one guy who had this famous theory, oh, make money to give money, because he's like, I don't need this Lamborghini, I don't need this Bugatti, no, I drive a Toyota Corolla because most of my billions that I'm making, the reason why I'm motivated to make, so I could give. Well, he definitely did give, but it wasn't the way that that he was advertising as. He gave the middle finger to all the working class people, all the people, and obviously the shorting hedge funds and all that utilize that. And what's more cynical is the fact that the SEC is what put that in motion in the beginning of in January of 2022, but authorized that. And when you see, some of you, I know if you follow through with it much, when you see the connections between that and Alameda, and what the CEO of Alameda is to uh, Gary Gensler, it's very insidious. Like that, all this worked out the way that it did, and who approved it, and how it went down, and what's happening right now. It's very insidious. Tavares, in regards to seating, it doesn't bother me. Concert seating are different prices. Yeah, see, there you go. Yes, hit that ravaging subscribe and like button if you want to see more of AB. Look at sports, same thing. Yes, thank you, Mr. Loco. Another prime example. Same thing. You want to get like front seat, like courtside seats. Holy shit! Gotta fork a lot of money. Look at Super Bowl tickets. It's just another football game, right? I mean, football games are played all throughout the season. Yes, this is the one football game of all football games. Do you see the value of those tickets? They're not just like, if the regular football tickets are normally like what, 64 to about 150 bucks, range between that, regular seating. For the Super Bowl, even the regular seating tickets, they're not just up. They don't just, it's not just up from 150 or $64 in the regular season to in the Super Bowl. It's not just up $100, or like they don't just add another 20% or 30% and make it $200 a ticket instead of $150. Oh no. They, in the Super Bowl, no matter what seat you got, they mark those tickets up thousands of dollars. That's real theft for you right there. So if AMC came out and said, for good seats, we're going to charge, you know, arguably the tickets are normally around what, like 15, 12, 14, 12, you know, 12, 10, 12, 13, depending on IMAX or whatever. And if they were to say, if you're going to have good seats for IMAX ticket, and for good seats, you have to pay $40 or $50, I can totally understand then, like, oh, okay, well, what is this? Nobody's going to buy it. Not even the wealthy ones, perhaps. Because it's not going to come with any extra package. At the end of the day, if I can watch this movie, it's like, it's gonna, like, the movie's gonna come out and I'm gonna watch it anyway, anytime. It's not going nowhere. As far as Super Bowl, it's like something that they use like as a sentimental value, as bands. Oh, I'm gonna go see Aerosmith perform live. Oh, okay, well that's on the kind of like something that you carry with you for the rest of your life and say, hey, I've seen them. That's why I paid this much and blah 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 blah. But they're not. They're just adding what, $1, $2, $3 max, $2 extra for it. It's not gonna break or make anyone, but it will definitely make something for these fundamentals. Um, and we live in a capitalistic world, so therefore, it's to be expected. Thank you, babe. 100%. It's crazy how much AMC has done in the past 6 months. Uh, yeah, and from what perspective? I mean, there's many things obviously that they have done. Restructuring those loans. Um, that was, I think, the biggest thing in my humble opinion. You know, getting some loan debt or some debts paid off for much less. That was very important and interesting. And we'll see. There's more to come yet. Asteroid X, but the restitution on the ATX or FTX, I believe you're saying there, scam, top Raymond for days. Top days. I'm sorry, I don't think I get the entire statement. The restitution on the FTX spam, ups, ramen for days. Oh, okay, maybe I'm getting closer to understand it. Let's see, what have we here first. Sorry, let me just look at what we have in the market going on. AMC 522 currently. SPY is at 408.79. Definitely broke through the resistances, and now it's officially put CENN. Tesla is at 211. Wow. Still. All right, family. I don't think I have it in me to stick it out through the end of market today, like yesterday. I'm still only on 3 hour sleep. I've done all my good deeds in the morning. It was a very, very, very boring day right after basically 11 o'clock this morning. Um, Everything else was just on a sell off in the market. And at this point, 408, let me, before I even think of that, if anybody has any questions or anything, please, use this time coming up for that. And let me look at some options as far as for like what's happening, what I think with the SPY for now. I'll probably post or update around 3:30 what the outlook will be. But let's see. Yeah, it's official. What season? Carlos, thanks, AB. Appreciate the live. Thank you, kind sir. Appreciate you even more. You guys made it an amazing live. Thank you so much. Being amazing people. Best family anybody can ask for. Jam Bams and all other mods. Thank you, babe. Thank you for everybody else that's really supported me and obviously came and either put their 2 cents in or even followed and listened and on the live action. With that being said, I'm gonna leave you all with this ending video. And Mr. Four Loco, pleasure as always, sir. And I will probably make a video later on, like a very short video, just to kind of sum up what happened today, the market, where we at state of AMC, where's the market in what state, and wrap up basically the day before tomorrow. Let me know in the comment section if you guys would like for AB to continue doing these lives, and how you think about it. If yes, maybe not, totally understandable. We'll go back to making videos. Thank you, Mr. Nick. Appreciate you, brother. Alrighty, family. As always, much love, AB Investments.